La la la.
I don't need that. I've got that.
Oh. Everyone is me.
You know
I
what
have to
that
kill myself.
means?
Fish.
But you should type it in chat. It's really funny.
How do I spell it?
Everyone who can only see their skin.
O-B-O.
You
What
you
you
have to
typing?
reload to fix it.
Type a bubble in chat.
I only got one.
OBABO.
Nah, you won't.
Yeah.
Just type
Oh
it
yeah.
in.
By the way,
Do
do
it.
we have
Why would you do that?
do we have
Someone should
intermission
come to
music?
the dire curse like
Yeah.
a loser.
You should give your entire presentation
Uh.
on a shrimp.
True.
Anyway, I have the Obabo.
True.
Why
It's
do I have two yippies now? Where did I get another?
Jay, we should
I'll
have
take
a
it.
race on a
Obama.
stick for controlling shrimps.
do you want to know Babo? I have one.
Obama.
It's the
That's
object.
it.
Awesome.
Oh,
Stop spamming it!
it's too much.
You want to Babo on stage, Jay?
Sorry.
Oh my God.
So can you recreate? Thanks.
You know what that means?
Fish.
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 This is fish. Alright. Alright, I actually do need to get my stream started, so we are going to start the stream.
So DM me the link to the stream.
I'm gonna. Okay, can someone in actually Carter? You have important roles, don't you? In places like DevOS and stuff. I don't have terms of those in a lot of these in a lot of places that might want
I
to know.
also have curtains over there. So.
All right, I'll send it to you, Stereo. How about that?
Yeah, that works.
It's gonna be Peem, guys. Hold on. Let me grab the official title. Let me copy and paste this shit.
Yeah.
I'm so mad that I missed Padlock's thing because I was sleeping. I fell asleep during the previous,
Aren't we supposed to on-queue items?
I'm trying to hear Carter, guys.
Can you pass me a stack?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I've got you.
Wait.
Sif, can you later on enable the notes
The
here
ananas fish.
for Q&A?
Huh?
Can you later
Alright,
enable
Wow, did you just say maybe this
Q&A?
fit is too good?
Oh wait, are
No,
you
no, the
supposed to do
ananas
this
fit.
like that, like on cue?
Huh?
Gee, I don't
Yeah,
even
but
know
like-
if there is
but like
tomatoes.
when it starts.
There is. I
Otherwise
saw
people
one
like
in the...
always
Hold on.
grab in here.
Because this is
Okay,
not
yeah.
It says it. It's not
It's
pineapple.
fine if you can't
Oh.
find it. Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Okay, so you want me
What's the link
to
for your-
Carter,
put
Carter,
the
come over
questions
here,
from
come
here
over
into the
here, Carter.
buffer?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
just
hello,
enable
Plot.
whenever when Q&A starts.
Oh, okay, I see. Alright.
Thank you.
Here. Oh wait, no. There we go. All right.
Can you go under the
I
stage?
think I'm ready.
Oh, no, you
Plot.
can't, okay.
Actually,
Sul sent me
wait,
your,
Sil, are you on AV?
I don't know. I'm
Alright,
just I'm doing this
I'm gonna send
lever.
the
What do you
link.
need me to do?
Just gonna watch the presentation from like kayak.
What is even happening?
Oh, I'll enable Q&A microphone also once we do that.
Presentation. 11.
Wait, hold on. Minecraft title command
Person's
generator.
skin is a Steve skin except for you. He only exception.
Maybe it was a bubble.
Yo, nice fucking alarm.
God, I'm staring. You made it in everyone case.
Actually, some people's skin.
Modding from the ground up. An introduction to Churchill.
Shrimp in
Hi,
the
Carter.
boat. Shrimp in the boat.
Shrimp in the boat. Shrimp in the boat.
Oh. Why is this not windowed?
Harry, what did you misspell his name? Jay, did you just eat shrimp fried rice?
Per chance. So, I guess it's time to start. So, hello. This talk is an introduction to Cichlid, but before we get into that, I want to start with an introduction to me. So, my name is Jay. I've been modding for 4.5 years now. And in that time, I've worked on a good amount of projects. But a pretty relevant one is Create Fabric and its spin-off port mods. And pretty much in that time, I've used all 4 of the main relevant loaders. And I know them pretty well. More than one person should. And in my opinion, they're all kind of bad. It's all pick your poison. So we've got Forge. It's the oldest one. It has a lot of tech debt. It's got hatching. It's big and bulky. It does terrible things to the class loader. Of course, we got modules. It's 2025 and we're still decompiling and recompiling. Forge Gradle, I think I don't really need to elaborate on that one. And I see some people like Deferred Register. I'm not a fan. Neoforge inherits all of that pretty much. Credit where credit's due, ModDev Gradle is pretty nice. The API refactors are pretty good, but they don't solve the main problems that I have with the platform. Fabric is my personal choice of poison, but it's not perfect either. I think it's kind of ridiculous that we're still using Yarn in 2025. And Fabric, of course, has the internal problem of you have no clue where Fabric API is hooking because you cannot see mixins in your source code. Like, a few times I've been writing a mixin and checking the debug output, and I'll look at that, there's a Fabric API hook right above it that I could have just used, but I had no clue. And of course, it's named something that I never would have guessed. And since Neoforge split off, there's been a lot of people jumping ship and Fabrics kind of been hemorrhaging since. Finally, Quilt. Quilt happened, and it's kind of no longer happening. Yeah. So, back to the topic of this talk. What is cichlid? So, in addition to being the name of a family of fish, if you haven't pieced it together yet, cichlid is a new mod loader that I've been working on. It's built from the ground up. It's a standard Java mod loader on the same level as the other ones. So I've been working on it for over a year. The code is from scratch mostly, but I'm taking heavy inspiration from all the prior art. It's still a work in progress, but it's getting pretty close to usable. So what makes cichlid special compared to the other ones? So I'm going to go through the philosophy behind cichlid, the actual features that I have, and a few other goals I have with the project. So let's get into it. So philosophy point 1. Cichlid should be lightweight and unintrusive. It should never get in your way when you're modding, and it should be pretty much invisible when you have no mods installed. It should be easy to install and uninstall because it should barely touch the file system. Point 2, embrace vanilla. API should be additive. Extend what's there, don't replace it. It's concerning how much Forge at least used to just patch stuff out. I don't know if anyone here has seen what it does to the block placement pipeline. Like, that in particular was a massive mess for Create Fabric. It just rips the whole thing out pretty much. So, go with the flow with vanilla's changes as they come. Point 3, keep moving forward. No holding on to the past. There will never be an official LTS version for cichlid. Main development will always happen on the latest version. And nothing about cichlid is set in stone. If a massive change would improve it, then I'm not afraid to make it. So, what makes up cichlid? Cichlid, the name, refers to both the loader itself and kind of the general ecosystem, kind of like it does with Forge and Fabric. Cichlid Gradle is the brand new Gradle plugin, which I will get to. Cichlids is the name of the core libraries that mods will be using, which is the Fabric API equivalent. Sushi, we'll get to that one. And of course, Gerald. So, actual features of cichlid. Point 1. Cichlid is a Java agent. Taking some inspiration from nilloader here. Java agents are... It has everything you need for a mod loader without having to do terrible things to the class loader. Next up, ModMap is first class. Point to NeoForge. Sorry, Fabric, you lose. Mods are compiled to ModMap. Game is remapped to ModMap in dev and at runtime. In dev and in production. And it's the only mapping set that's currently supported by Cichlid Gradle. It's planned for there to be support for other mappings in development environments, but it's really low priority. Parchment is kinda high priority, but it's not load-bearing, so it hasn't made it in yet. Eventually. So, Cichlid Gradle, the new Gradle plugin. It's built from the ground up and based on modern best practices for Gradle. It's compatible with configuration cache, It does no work at configuration time, and hopefully it won't deal any psychic damage to you as you use it. So, loader plugins. This was a good idea Quilt had that never really happened because it's been locked behind a argument for forever. So, plot twist, Cichlid doesn't actually load mods. It loads plugins, and plugins load mods. So, plugins are given control over how every mod in the mods folder is handled, and they can also read mods from elsewhere. Cichlid not loading mods is a little bit of a lie, because Cichlid on its own does have built-in plugin for the standard mod format. Cichlid.js plugin. You could absolutely do that if you felt like it. That is your choice to make. So, conditional dependencies. Mods can have dependencies that only apply in certain cases, like on the client side, or when a third mod isn't present. I literally implemented this in like 2 hours, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I am kind of surprised this isn't a thing that Fabric has done yet, because it doesn't seem that hard to do. But that's a thing Cichlid has now. So, next up is Flexver. Another thing that I think Quilt did pretty good. They switched to Flexver, which is a Semver-compatible version comparator. It is very flexible, if you couldn't tell from the name. And it lets modders name their versions however they want, pretty much. And it's also used for like snapshot version comparison. So you don't need to do what Fabric Loader does and mangle every snapshot version until it's vaguely Semver shaped. So, Sushi. This is a big one. It is a brand new bytecode manipulation framework, heavily inspired by Mixin plus extras. It's data-driven, extensible, and flexible, but it's still very immature. There's a lot of features that need to be implemented still. So, what does it look like when you write a Sushi transformer? Jump scare inbound. It's JSON. I'm sorry, shock and horror. So, this format could also act as an intermediate, sort of like how Chasm from Quilt was supposed to be a intermediate format. You could theoretically set up an annotation processor that wires a Mixin-like interface and generates Sushi format. So why is Sushi a thing? Why am I not just continuing with Mixin and extras? So the big thing is source visible bytecode transformation. That is something that I've been wanting for a very long time, and Sushi was created primarily for that. The data format lets it be handled safely in a Gradle environment. And I'm still figuring this part out, to be honest, because it was not done in time for this talk, but it is in development. And yeah, it works for libraries and your own mod, so it acts as a replacement for access widers and interface injection. So, Cichlid's Fabric API equivalent, core libraries that mods will be using. It's developed modularly, but it's distributed only as one unit. Mods are not supposed to bundle it themselves. Cichlid's is still being planned, and it cannot currently be used. So that is still in progress. So, some other goals that I have for the project that are not really as concrete. So, error messages. Fabric is kind of known for having basically unreadable errors sometimes, and it doesn't need to be that way. Cichlid will always try to produce easily understandable errors, and it does a pretty good job right now, and I plan to keep it that way. So, Cichlid will eventually have a GUI similar to what Fabric has, except not terrible looking. And that will be used to show mod loading errors like missing dependencies. Unfortunately, Swing is kind of a nightmare, as I'm sure some of us have realized with the unzip problems with the con. So that's not really viable. So I'm planning to build a new GUI framework that will just be using plain OpenGL. Yeah, unzip OpenGL does have its problems. I feel like at least some of them come from using OpenGL 1. And OpenGL to match OpenGL 3.2 to match Minecraft, since that's where Cichlid is used. So, an always accurate wiki. Quilt had an idea that never really went anywhere, yet again. Snippets shown in the wiki should be sourced from example mods. And if those mods don't pass tests, then the wiki will not be published. You cannot publish a wiki that doesn't work. Which has been a consistent problem. I just tried to change the slide and click the strip. So, yeah, that is Cichlid. But that's not the end of this presentation. Next up, I want to talk about some of the shenanigans that have happened with implementing Cichlid in its current form. So, production remapping. Cichlid is a Java agent and does not modify game files on disk. So, how is the game remapped in a production environment? Well, it's simple. Just remap each class as it passes through the transformer. There's problems with that. Because for the class to go through your transformer, the JVM has to find it. Which doesn't really work when a remapped class is requesting a remapped class, and the JVM goes looking for that remapped class, but it hasn't been loaded yet, so only the unmapped name is actually a thing. So what's the solution for this? Simply retransform class loader, because you can do that with a Java agent. So yeah, I simply injected hooks into the class loader itself. Like 3 minimally invasive name remaps. Like, it sounds bad, but I consider it better than outright replacing the class loader. And yeah, 60 lines of ASM for all 3 of them is pretty good. And yeah, there was a good amount of verify error trying to get that working. So, next. After a class gets transformed by the various things that happen to it, like going through sushi and getting stripped of environment annotations, you need to turn that class node back into a byte array. And I do that with frame recomputation enabled, because if you don't do that, then your transformers get a lot more painful to write. The problem is, when you have that enabled, then ASM needs to know the superclass of every reference class, and it needs to know if it's an interface. So, at first glance, it seems like the best solution might be to just load the class to see what its superclass is and see if it's an interface. The problem with that is the JVM will just skip transforming if you're in the middle of transforming the current thread. which makes sense. It's a reasonable thing to do, because if you don't do that, you pretty much instantly get into class-loading deadlock. So, simple solution. Which led to this screenshot, which, hey guys, I need a concurrency. Is it good when it does this? So, simply spawn a new thread to load the class so that it goes to the transformer. The problem is I didn't realize that that was fundamentally broken and would end up cascading through every class, loading everything at once. I don't think it would have... I don't think it stopped at 2,000 threads for any particular reason. That's just where it deadlocked. It would have kept going if it didn't. So, source visible transformations. As mentioned, they're not done yet. And a big reason why they're not done yet is because shenanigans. So, artifact transforms. But simply, it's a Gradle feature that lets you transform dependencies however you want. It sounds, at first glance, like exactly what you would want for this. But no, it is a lie. I flipped the shrimp again. So yeah, you do not want artifact transforms. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But there's a very big one, and the biggest one that finally made me give up on it. So, the biggest problem with them is that there is zero IDE support for applying them to sources. So, they work for, like, the jars you compile against, but for what you actually see in your IDE, it does not work. In IntelliJ, there's supposed to be an experimental toggle you can enable that would fix it, but it does not fix it. And I ended up debugging that, and I realized that was ridiculous, and I gave up. Eclipse support for this feature, I don't even know. I can't imagine it's good. I don't think Eclipse knows that Gradle is still being updated. So, testing sushi. It's pretty important that it functions correctly. I should probably unit test it. Problem, how do you unit test transforming bytecode? Answer, build your own test framework. You can see on the right how that turned out, and I'm pretty happy with it. But it did create this very funny sequence of lines that's on the left that just takes the compiled code and throws it straight to the decompiler, which feels like feeding a printer straight into a shredder. So, that's pretty much everything. There's one more thing I want to comment on. What does success... What is success for Cichlid defined as? Like, obviously, I want the project to do well. That is the ideal outcome. But if the project ends up getting scrapped for parts, that's not a failure. My end goal is to make modding better, and even if it does it indirectly, then it's been a success. So, that is Cichlid. When this is done, I will be opening a thread with links to stuff in the projects thread, and you can learn more there. So, Q&A time. So someone said, how do I get food? I am starving. There's plenty of shrimp around. I'm sure they will give you some fried rice, if you ask nicely.
Why
so
do you
Max
like fish
brought
so
up,
much?
for fun. So Max mentioned in chat that the file extension is different. Yes. Mods are still just jars, but Cichlid looks for files ending in .cld. Because there's a common problem users have where they try to execute the jar file and then wonder why it doesn't work. And that can be pretty easily avoided, I think. So that is why that's the case.
You know what that means?
Well, I have a question. When are you gonna display the fish tank?
Soon TM.
If CLD are CLD files just sparkling zips like jars are?
Yeah. Sparkling jars, which are sparkling zips, so double sparkly.
I have a sort of question. I really like what you're doing with Cichlid. It's honestly everything that I would have wanted like Miwan to be, which if you don't know is like it was a weird quilt fork, but yeah, I really appreciate this, but I have like another question sort of. So if Vibrant Visuals switches to like Vulkan or a different OpenGL version, will you also use that for the GUI? Like you mentioned that you're going to be on the latest version always pretty much, so I just wanted to know that.
That is not something I've thought about, but it depends on if they actually do it. And it also depends on what versions I want Cichlid itself as a loader to support. Because the loader is like, version agnostic. Like, it's almost Minecraft, it's almost game agnostic, but it is tied to Minecraft a little bit to make it nicer. I'll just have to think about that when it happens.
Also, why don't you use something like imGUI or something like that? Like I know Iris is using that, and also Axiom. So, what's the rationale?
MGUI isn't really meant. I'm pretty sure it's meant for like debugging. It's not really designed for like a production GUI, from what I know. But also, I kind of have wanted to make a GUI for a while, so might as well have an excuse, right? I have a note here that is cut off, and I cannot figure out how to open the full thing.
So for Cichlibs, what kind of event system would you be following? Would you be following the fabric style or Forge?
Definitely fabric style. I am not a fan of the magic event bus. I don't like magic annotations.
What's your favorite type of Cichlid that like the fish disease?
Do you say that again? It was like echoing. Can you say that again? Tropheus. Funny. Let me try a different note.
That note was me, by the way. You can probably throw the Cichlid note away.
May I? May I?
What mods are you pouring to it? Will consistency plus
Okay.
be poured
There's been
to
a server hold on. There's been a server message. Will there be a compat layer for Fabric? I have had ideas for one, because it would be pretty easy to make one in the way that Quilt is compatible with Fabric. Like, if you implement the API, like, 99% of Fabric mods will just work. Which is pretty good. It's something to be considered more in the future.
Will you be able to do mass ASM with the transformations
yes.
library?
I added everything class target in testing because it was funny. You can just target every class if you want. So,
Okay,
someone
one thing-
wrote what... Okay, Soul?
Sorry. You want to go?
No, you can.
One thing I've noticed is that you seem to have a lot of quilt DNA in Cichlid, you know? Do you think that, like, especially with, like, quilt, that it's played a lot of a big role in Cichlid?
Yeah, but everything has. Like, all 4 have been influential in it. I think Quilt had a lot of good ideas, but the execution didn't happen, pretty much.
I have a very cursed question. Will you be able to transform other Transformer?
Well, Transformers aren't Java, so you could transform the classes that are referenced by other Transformers.
Can you transform Cichlid itself?
That is intentionally prevented, but it wouldn't be hard to bypass it. Just for the stability of Cichlid itself.
Because in 1.7 I have a library dedicated to core modding other core mods. And I was wondering, is that kind of thing possible in Cichlid?
Modifying other Transformers themselves? No. But that is an interesting use case.
Does Cichlid have any kind of Transformer exclusions? Because I know in Forge, if a core mod tries to core mod itself, it ends up causing a class circularity error. Might be hated.
I don't think I don't know what could cause that, because I don't think that's possible to happen because they're not Java, they're JSON files. So they can't target themselves.
So I know you mentioned like this project. Someone mentioned that this project has a lot of Quilt DNA. How are you going to prevent? How are you going to prevent a bunch of community drama and internal drama from happening? Like, are you going to have like actual proper communication and stuff? I don't want to bring in like Quilt drama or anything, but like, is there going to be like protocols in place in case someone gets in a fight with someone else or something? Like, even if they're like in a secret channel?
I think that's something that needs to be decided if it happens. Like, right now, it's really just me on the team. I'm hoping that situation doesn't happen.
Will you be able to write the Transformers in the JSON?
What do you mean by that?
So, will you be able to write raw Java bytecode instructions to transform in the JSON itself?
That's not going to be a thing in base sushi, but you could extend it to add a transform type that could do that.
I will absolutely, when sushi comes out, I will absolutely be writing something that lets me load Java bytecode from JSON. For the 3rd time.
Have fun with that.
The plugins sound really interesting. Like, do the plugins allow for meta programming for the mods? Like, changing how the mod loads, or changing the mod itself?
So, plugins and mods are actually completely separate things right now. They're loaded from different folders. One file cannot be both. Like, I guess you could if you put the same file in both folders. But I think that will cause an error because duplicate IDs. But the point is that plugins and mods are on like different layers.
How much access to the game do plugins have, if any? Do plugins know that the game exists, or are they agnostic?
So there's nothing I can really do there's nothing I can do to stop a plugin developer from touching game classes at runtime, but they're not supposed to. What will be possible though is plugins can register transformers, which can then transform the game however they want. or transform mods
Also-
however they want.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have some notes, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. There's some
Yeah.
like paper notes.
I'm gonna get to those, but
is
there's
it
a
is
lot
it
of
getting
microphone questions.
through? Like is it getting?
Uh,
Are they getting through the stage, or should I?
There's one on the pedestal, so probably.
Okay. I'll check.
So, note question. What makes Cichlid better for the average end user who wants to get started on modding Minecraft in general? Depends on the definition of end user. If the end user is a player, then my opinion has always been that you should use whatever loader has the mods that you want to play with. Anything else is kind of irrelevant. For a modder, I am hoping to make the documentation good and approachable. And that shrimp just took a million damage, okay. So, next note says, the end goal of Chasm, at least for Azzy, was to allow writing generic transforms for updating mods between MC versions. Is that something your new ASM framework would enable? Is it just a mix-in but in JSON, or does it allow for mass ASM? So, you can do mass ASM with it. I'm not sure to what extent will be built into it, but you can always extend it with new types of transforms and new types of class target. Like, something I've thought of is you could have a class target that targets all classes that extend from a certain class. Like, that's something you could do. The implementation would have to be careful, though. So I'm not sure if that would be part of base sushi. Oh, I just threw away the first note without thinking. Someone sent in a note, started with, what was the purpose of locking the main libraries or something? But it cuts off after that. Whoever that was, if you do another one, maybe it will work. So what's the reasoning for using JSON over JSON 5 in terms of development? So actually, it's technically not JSON, it's JSON C, because I added comment support to my JSON parser. The file extension is actually .sushi. JSON C instead of JSON 5, though. I don't like JSON 5. And that's it. Okay, this is the metaprogramming question. Yeah, I answered that one. Favorite type of cichlid? Again, Tropheus.
I have a question. So will you so do you know about JSON patching, like the RFC?
I am aware of it.
Well, I have an idea, a cursed idea for transformers. So if you do plan on making that the .sushi files to be the ultimate format, technically, couldn't you, like, would there be a way through like loader plugins, or would it be considered to allow people to transform the .sushi files and maybe add support for like through JS1 patching, like Lily was saying, how you can transform transformers? I think that would be interesting.
It is interesting, but it needs a lot more thought than I can give for it needs more thought that I can give right now to give a response in a reasonable amount of time. That's probably something more long-term to think about.
Also, does this have a website or something? Like, or like a GitHub?
It does. It has both. Website has the GitHub on it. I'm gonna put it in chat.
Okay.
Okay, so that first question came back through, this time actually readable. So, what's the point of locking the main libraries behind only one way of distribution? It was developed through modular. So, modular development does allow you to. It does have benefits with, like, you can have the projects in parallel. And it lets you organize things better. But distributing the modules causes problems, which has been a thing on Fabric. With, like, if people bundle one Fabric API module, well, no, if people depend on one Fabric API module, which is what they should be doing technically, like, people should only depend on the ones they need. But the problem is, if you do that, then users will get error messages like, you're missing Fabric Block API v1, and where do you get a Fabric Block API v1? Most users probably have no clue what that is or where to get it, and will not know that it's just bundled in Fabric API. Where can we contribute? I put the website in chat. There's a GitHub link there. The website also has a lot of information that was in this talk. I think this talk is pretty much a superset of it. But yeah, you can get the GitHub there, and there's code. This note just says, will it create? Well, create fabric does not touch any fabric internals, so a hypothetical fabric bridge should work with it. But native create on Cichlid is something I've thought of. It would be a good benchmark for how complete Cichlibs is, but it would take a while, and I don't think it was ever really, like, a serious thought. It would be cool, but it would take a while. Did the mic break? Did that do anything?
Oh wait, sorry, I wasn't speaking. I have a question about the okay, now I kind of forgot it already. It was, oh yeah, Mixin. So with regarding Mixin, would you have to rewrite Mixin? Because I know Chasm was, the goal was to rewrite Mixin to be a front end. Would you have to do that for Sushi to get, for example, fabric mods working? Or is that something you're considering?
A fabric layer could go through the mod, find all the mixins, and convert that to Sushi files.
So kind of like a less cursed, like, patch 2 Mixin thing.
Not really. It's kind of Mixin to thing very similar to Mixin in a different format. Is the core API is it loaded in dynamically, turning off parts not needed via plugins? I'm not sure what this question means. I think you mean if a mod doesn't need it, is it enabled? Oh. Okay. Next. This one just says click me. Will it support jar and jar or similar method? Yes, but it does not yet. That is planned, but it will definitely have that in the future. Is the base plugin in the plugins folder so you can delete it? No, it is just a class in Cichlid. So it just says, you know what that means, fish. What's the reasoning for using OpenGL 3.2 or 1.16.5 end users, as example, unable to make use of Cichlid? So I'm not sure what. So currently, Cichlid, the loader, is built with Java 8, and it can run on any Minecraft version. But I'm not sure if that's an aspect worth keeping. And I'll have to think about that. Because, like, for older versions, people have settled on their mod loaders. I'm not sure if it would be very useful to support every version ever. And whatever I determine for that will affect other stuff that gets used.
Also, I want to add to that. I think technically, in theory, you could manage to get later versions of OpenGL running on something that only requested a lower version, because at least I was able to do that, but I don't know much about older versions of OpenGL, but I know that with 3.2 you can get like 4.6 working as long as your computer supports it. So
the 3.2 requirement is because that's the minimum requirement of modern Minecraft.
Yeah.
The actual it's not because that's what Minecraft uses, because on older versions it's not what it uses. But that doesn't matter because the GUI, pretty much no matter what, has to be a forked JVM, which is already what Fabric and Quilt do. Which it's pretty standard to do that. So next note, what makes Cichlid better for the average end user? That is one I already answered. Suit should be capable of being implemented under Fabric, Quilt, etc. So in theory, yes, but to take full advantage of it, you need kind of the whole ecosystem to. You kind of need the whole ecosystem to work with it. Like, you need, for Sushi to be fully utilized, you need the Gradle plugin to support it for source transformations. And if you don't have the source transformations, then, like, you might as well just use a mixin. How would Cichlid get loaded? Would it be a Java Agent JVM argument? Yes. That is how Java agents load. The same as unzip for those who have used it. Also, before someone asks, you can stack Java agents. You just need to have the argument twice. So yes, you can use Cichlid with unzip.
I have a random question. So much in the way that, say, people have gotten Mindustry to launch via Prism, is that theoretically possible to do Cichlid on a different Java game with enough refactoring, if that makes sense? For the non-Minecraft parts.
So Cichlid as is, like you really could run it on whatever if you lie to it. Like that's how it's tested in development. I have a Gradle sub-project that just has a few classes, and I load Cichlid on top of it. I tell it that it's Minecraft 1.21.4, but it doesn't need to know the truth. You could theoretically do the same for anything, but if you want to make it really support something else, it would be a pretty trivial fork. but that's not something I want to deal with in Cichlid itself. Like, I don't want, like, Fabric's game provider system. It's overkill. How can Neoforge / Fabric end users get started importing to Cichlid? Currently, you cannot, but I'm hoping to change that in the near future. But once I get stuff usable, then I guess just set up a Cichlid project, port your mixins to Sushi. A lot of mix importing will be pretty one-to-one, because it is heavily inspired by it. And code that touches Minecraft would not need to change because it's still Minecraft, but of course you would need to replace the mod loader APIs you use. What license would all Cichlid be focusing? So, I was going to update the repositories with licenses, but, you know, I kind of rushed with everything else. They will all... So, the ones that are currently licensed, there's a handful of small libraries that are MIT, because they're little libraries. But the main Cichlid, Cichlibs, Sushi... Well, Sushi will also be MIT. I don't remember if I added its license file yet. But Cichlibs and Cichlid will be maybe LGPL. I haven't fully decided yet, but it will be an open source one, widely usable. Can I contribute? If not now, when? Depends on what you want to contribute to. Sushi is open to contributions right now. I have a small list of things that could be contributed pinned in the Discord right now. Yeah, Max made a couple PRs for implementing some. So yeah, that's something that could be done now. Cichlibs needs... it needs to be set up first. And then contributions can kind of just happen when that happens. Cichlid itself, like, I guess it's open to contributions, but I don't know what would be contributed right now. No, it is not Crayon licensed. It's not, I was considering, no, first of all, it's not Polyform. Second of all, first of all, Polyform is not Crayon. Second of all, it's not Polyform. I was considering Polyform, but I never actually did that. Right now, it's technically all rights reserved because there's just no license file. But it will be an open source license. I think LGPL, but I gotta double check and actually decide on one. Does it have Polyform? I guess I did commit that, but yeah, that'll be changing.
What is all of this goop here? What is this?
I don't see why it wouldn't work with nil.
It shouldn't be here.
But I have no clue if it will.
One thing that I've heard from people is that they're kind of worried that drama will form from having a community space, especially a Discord and stuff. So, do you agree with that? Are you worried that like a community space for cichlid will cause drama, or do you think it's not going to be an issue?
I don't think it will be an issue because like it will be moderated. I think Quilt was like uniquely vulnerable to that kind of thing. It's not a concern for me. How much Java transform methods will be available for mods, not plugins? AKA, would it support transforming Java internals, unlocking modules like from Java Agent? So I'm considering just exposing instrumentation directly for mods to just get it. Because if I don't, then inevitably someone will just write a gross hack to get it themselves. So I guess you could do whatever you want with that, really. And you can transform Java internals with retransformation, like I did with the class letter. So you could do that. Will the API breaking changes between versions? Yes, this is not Bucket. Ideally, there will not be breaking changes on the same version. There will not be unless there's a major problem. Which is pretty much how everything else works, I think. So yeah, API should be stable in a single version and break across versions. Are there any other questions? Not currently, but eventually, yes. So that is almost the full hour spent. So I guess that is the end. So thank you everyone for listening and for asking questions. I'm going to go make that thread in the project channel soon. And that should be everything.
Give it up for Jay, guys. I'm so proud that someone I've worked
While I'm
with
here,
for
if
so
anyone
long.
else has more questions, then just wait for the thread to open, and then you can ask there.
You know what that means? Fish.
I am actually really proud of Jay, though. Honestly, someone I've been working with for so long, you know. I gotta stop my recording.
Carter and Jay having tomato fight over here.
I ran out of tomatoes. I lost.
Rip.
Carter, I will arm you. I will arm you.
Sewell, can I get Feather falling again?
I don't know what to do with the screen now that I'm done. I'm hoping someone else knows how to handle that.
Warning. Put it back to the fish alert.
Don't worry.
Put it back to the fish alert.
Go back to the fish alert.
Just leave it on the fish alert. That'll be fun. Yeah,
There's all the tomatoes you guys made.
Fish.
Okay, I think this actually just sends it to the whole thing.
I
Otherwise, it
kept the
just keeps
tater
it
for
there.
below the stage. Oh, it's buried off now.
If I just turn that off, and I put that in there, then it just gets saved in this.
Fish.
Can you give me the screen tablet?
All right. Fish.
Good.
I think we did pretty good in the AV booth here.
Yeah.
I might have gone over and went into there a few times, but still. I'm really glad I could get this one.
Yeah, that was very interesting. It's everything that I wish Me1 would have the mode, and I honestly, I'm really excited.
Cutting out a lot. Sewell asking about consistency plus on Cichlid every 30 seconds. Be like,
I only asked it twice.
it's twice too many.
Man, Cichlid is great.
And also, it's a pretty important question. Also, is that the contributor cape for maps?
Oh, this is the
Wait.
No, that's the MCC cape if you mean tomatoes.
Wait,
Yeah,
what-
no,
how
that
do you
yeah,
know
no, that's a dev cape. That's the decimated dev cape.
Ah, somewhere behind.
Oh.
I need.
Decimated or software, I can't remember.
Honestly, I kind of like my vanilla
Desolated
cape better.
pastels.
Not gonna lie.
I don't remember if this is the software decimated cape.
Desolated.
I didn't realize I had that.
A little softer. It's
Might
both.
want
It's
that
both.
removed.
I know, and there's two different styles. I'm trying to remember which one this is.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember as well.
I assumed this was
should
just
know
like
this
a
considering I've
BlanketCon cape
worked
or
on the
something. I
mod.
completely forgot that
Same.
pastel projects had.
Man, I hate that I
wait,
can't modify.
I can literally open up the GitHub. Hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this music is great. I love it.
Oh God.
I sent you the words. You need to book and stuff. Oh.
Oh god, it's 2 o'clock. Wait, what if you mute music and then you turn it back on? Oh, it just stops playing. That's sad. It's my-
How are you doing today? I'm glad you could attend.
Yeah, if things just happen to work out perfectly, you could show up and be on here.
I'm so happy.
Now, the question is, will I need to port Polymer to the new loader? Probably with some karst loom setup, so 3 maps to my map.
Avox. When is server 2 coming out?
What?
When is server modding 2 coming out?
It's work in progress.
Holy shit.
No date yet, it's too early to say.
Holy
You know,
shit.
we don't want to
Server 2
rush things out.
confirmed. Server
Do you have any
2!
other plans for funny server-side versions of existing mods?
Holy
Like, you got Polyfactory, you got Polydeco. What do you have planned for other funny server mods?
We're gonna have Polyloader.
True.
Funny enough.
It's called data packs.
I mean, funny enough, I thought about making a mod loader for April Fools. Originally. But ended up doing Doom instead.
Carter, you should go explore some new booths here.
Yeah, I probably will at some point.
Well, I guess
I should stream and then you can be a character on the stream.
Maybe. Well, no, my bid is never showing up, so as soon as you start streaming it, I'd leave.
Oh, you showed up for for 22.
Didn't I show up like right at the end though? Like wasn't I?
You showed up. You showed up for the bar's illegal item trade
yeah,
at
no,
the bar.
That, yeah.
Yeah. And then you also showed up for the event, but like the event wasn't part of the lore.
Yeah.
I retroactively only included the booth coverage as part of the lore.
Like
Booth
it's so fun
cover-
to go around and fill my inventory with funny items. Right now, the funniest thing I have on me is deployable kayak.
Hold on.
No, my kayak.
Carter, come on over here.
What's that?
Carter, come on over here. Come over here, okay? That was a funny item. That was a funny item just for you.
Hello. Who knows?
So BlanketCon 23.
They decided not to.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, BlanketCon's very stressful. I only managed to get weird wares in here, and also World End Jar because the ports for those were already like 90% done. That's the only reason.
Hello.
So, hello.
I had that box.
This is very interesting.
Goodbye.
Get in.
Canoe on land.
I mean, hey, if it works.
So
there's
you
someone-
should, while I'm writing, you should describe the hexcasting 1.7, not 1.7. Jesus Christ, the hexcasting 1.21 to Warps.
Huh?
You can still hear me, right, Soph?
I
Soph?
made it.
Yeah. Sorry, what? Oh,
Yeah, go describe. Shit, they're getting away. Alright. Get in this one.
oh. What are I have a white banner that has the trans flag on it, just randomly.
Nice.
Well, welcome to BlanketCon 23. That's it.
Oh yeah.
BlanketCon 23 or 25 is sponsored by Modruth.
This is
Modruth
23.
servers. What? This is 23. Wait,
Yeah.
what is
this?
this?
Is what's left of it at least.
Wait,
There's somebody also pasted in the BC23 spawn.
Oh yeah,
But that,
yeah.
that got removed.
It's wait.
can I-
someone remove
can I
it.
move?
Yeah, Hammer removed it.
Damn.
Wait,
Hammer got rid of it. But yeah, somebody pasted in like this BC23 spawn schematic, shard, and everything.
I mean, yeah.
my God.
I did it.
we should have done Singularity.
That
Like
was
I
you-
know that
was
I know
you,
that
Padbox?
Yeah.
we should have done like the
Oh.
Singularity ruins like we did
I mean,
last con.
You should have told Hammer not to get rid
Yeah,
of it. 'cause I think
true,
if,
true.
if it was pasted by a team member, then he probably would have changed. She probably would have changed his Hammer.
Yeah. It was funny idea to just make a connection.
I see Quartz
Hello,
jump to
Quad.
well, Budge.
Hi.
Well,
Now you're stranded. What was your now?
Oh,
Disaster.
Damn it, like now we're stranded.
I'm gonna drown except I'm in creative, so I can't.
Are we all just in creative?
I have an idea.
Maybe.
Genie
You're
has
not
a-
in creative.
Wait, is everyone in creative?
Except for
that's illegal.
Max.
You're not supposed to be in creative, SMH.
Except for Max. Max isn't in creative.
I think I just have a random skulk remote. I'm not gonna give myself an illegal one because then people will use it on non-levers, and then chaos will ensue. Because if people figure out how to use it on a map utils thing, then game like on the redstone.
God.
What are they
That
called?
would be bad. That would be bad.
That's why I set them to only be used on levers, because
Okay.
only players can use levers. Also, Barricade is getting a creative only lever soon, so you know
that'd be
I
cool.
just gotta
Barricade
implement
should
it.
have a self-resetting lever, I think. Barricade should have a self-resetting lever.
I feel like that's out of scope.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Well, I mean, what about a creative-only button as well? Could have a creative-only lever.
Yes. So
then a creative-only
lever,
button is probably-
lever, button, and hopper are planned.
What is a creative?
Yeah.
What is a creative-only popper? How is that going to work?
So, I mean, only creative mode players can open it, but anyone else can drop into it. Is the point?
I mean, that's already the case with Fireblind.
I haven't seen this area before. Is this like a PvP thing? I think it does. I think there's some crazy thing that makes people take on your Minecraft skin after a while. I try relogging.
That's it. I don't care a roof. There we go. Smart.
what that is? I'm checking out my booth. That hasn't exploded. Yeah, it didn't steal my shard. That shard is honestly super bullshit. Okay, seems good over there. That's nice of them. Let's see what that looks like. Honestly, it kind of feels good, even with the camera rotation turned off. I'm gonna turn it back on though. That was cute. Oh. Wait, I'm surprised they don't do that in vanilla. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's gonna take a while. It's balanced because it takes time. Not the correct man here. Oh. Can you make this with literally any item? You've done everything. Okay, I don't think this works. Going there. That is an azalea bush. I think some polymerizing isn't working. Maybe. Meh.
It's so low quality, I don't
All
think I'm
aboard
going
the
to
spam
get
to
it.
the
It's cutting in and out so much.
Oh, hello, pot in. I'm streaming. Low quality, I don't think I'm going to
Getting the spam
Turner,
from Mobile.
stop.
I can't stop, it's on autopilot. I
Oh,
can't
hello,
stop.
pot in.
It's on autopilot.
I'm streaming. Hello.
Theo, I can't even.
Turner, stop.
I can't stop the bus. It's on autopilot. I've said this
Turner.
4 times.
Okay, I'm streaming. I've gained.
Theo, I can't even.
Turner, stop.
Oh god, it's on echo. That's what's happening.
Turner. Okay, I'm streaming. I've gained.
Oh.
I'm turning outside for half a second.
Theo, can you hear me?
So you're done.
I'm turning outside for half a second.
You just killed someone. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm turning outside for half a second. I'm putting outside.
God. This is truly one of
Someone is being dragged behind us horizontally.
Was this what you wanted?
Grounds. They're like stuck in the death animation.
I'm not turning on sound again until you like make sure it's
Jay,
off.
get out of the bus. Uh-oh. Jay, get out of the bus. Come here.
All right. All right, I'm drunk driving, baby. I'm drunk drifting. All right, I'm drunk driving, baby. I'm drunk drifting. You don't get to play my own stream. You don't get to do that. My own stream. You don't get to do that. My own stream. Oh, wait. Wait, no, that's not me. That is all you. Oh, wait. That's why I've been killing you this entire time. That is all you.
We went on a little detour to see a blocky bastard.
Wait.
Yeah.
That's why I've been killing you this entire time. It's at the wing.
Jay, you left an on-mobility workbench thing.
That's why I've been killing you this entire time. It's at the wing.
Fine.
Have it all.
But you can't really throw. You can't. Folks, you're gonna get run over.
I think it's like.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
But you can't.
You should probably take care of it.
Folks, you're gonna get run over. There it is. But you can't.
I had to close out my own streaming. I had to close out my own streaming.
Back in the bus.
Yeah, get in the bus, Petbugs.
I had to close out my own. Yes!
Wait, there's a walking pass booth. We should.
Did you pay the toll?
Yeah, pit stop. Hold on. Everyone off the bus. Blocky bass.
You didn't pay the toll.
Yes!
First person to fish up a walking bass wins. We should have given the fishing rods like the order 10 or something. We didn't have to do 3.
True.
Should we tested this to make sure you actually can fish enough on this pack?
No.
Great. This was going towards my bobber, but it did a 90 in my tears.
Oh, that was... Okay. I thought it was black.
First one to catch a blocky bass wins.
Is this even big enough to fish up treasure?
If you're in the middle, it should be.
Actually, oh, that's a good point. Is this lake big enough to qualify as a treasure table?
It's 5x5x2, right?
I thought it was to be 5 deep. There's a real chance that you just can't fish blocky bass here. Also, this is like a reliable way to get experience.
You have the microphone off.
No, I don't.
Am I going to hear myself echoing? You have the microphone off.
What the hell? What was that for?
You need to stop having it echo.
I'm not.
You need to stop having it echo.
You do have echo. You have terrible echo.
Stop having an echo.
Okay, hold on, I need to
I
fix
don't know
it.
what's happening over there.
Hey.
Hello.
Hold on. Okay, I think I figured out what the problem was, Theo.
You know, we never got around to.
So you
Yeah,
weren't
yeah,
doing it
well-
as a bit.
No.
Hey. I'm sorry. I thought you were doing it as a bit.
I had the stream open, and I forgot I realized I set the stream to bump into my microphone. So... That literally something wasn't a bit, that was me, that was legit.
Okay. Okay. Again, I thought it was a bit, and I was trying to get you away because I really did not like that. Oh wait, did I catch it? I think I did catch a blocky bass. I had one in my inventory as like a joke, but I haven't caught that.
I got one too.
It's a miracle.
It's almost like I'm so tired. Hey Carter, at BC26, do you want to host a build-off again? Unironically speaking, I kind of want to do one. Like, not even consistency plus related. I just want to do a build-off again. Wait, am I? Sorry about that. I did not even realize I had it on. Anyways.
Hey, do you want to
No, do you want?
I love that interaction. If you were to do a build-off and then just laser blast.
Okay, but actually though, like next year, do you want to do a build-off? Just like, not even consistency plus. Like, just like have people build, you know?
I am not doing anything about 60 minutes.
Mate! They call tomatoes mates.
If there is a BlanketCon 26 and we do get World Feud there, I want to do a talk about the process of converting.
True. You can sit on the bed, that's kind of cool. I think this is an artist alley. Oh yeah. ball pit? Jump scare. What fucking charm was that? Oh, just for going to the artist alley. Okay. I'm gonna go close the window real quick because it is cold. How much time until the next event? About an hour. Alright. What's going on here? My cat's meowing at me. It's the goddamn texture. Yes, it is. I love this stupid texture. Jump scare. It's not hard selling one. Are there more than one? Three. Oh, there's actually Zumki. Of course. A good gay candle. Okay. Whose house even is this? It's a mystery.
What? I didn't die? I didn't die. How was I doing? Oh my god.
Okay, I'm still feeling a bit sick right now, so I'm going to just leave the stream on and around the stage and just kind of put down while I take care of that, and I'll be back in a little bit. Okay? Hello. This is an interesting image. Oh, this is like a school project. Oh, freaking paper. Okay, the door's broken. Okay, they built it in the cloud layer. Read the booth. There's text on top of text.
Alright, now I'm keyed in. Hi!
Yeah, let's play Bluetooth. I have the headphones on.
Right, testing. Okay, this works.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, well, sprinting.
The way to the stage.
No, it's not.
We're going the incorrect direction.
I think we're just going back to the lucky basket.
Wait, how is this?
Maddie in question.
Oh, shoot.
I feel like we should. I feel like we should also have the divider for the stereo. So I'm just gonna put one of those there.
Oh, thank goodness, Finn.
Who killed everybody?
Benny.
We have a speaker behind us. We don't need that.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say we probably don't need to put the headset there either, though.
And there's also speakers. No, we need the headset there because the microphone's there.
Yeah. You need the headset on to use the stage mics.
That's definitely a design decision.
Yeah, well, the stage mics are like... The stage mics are wireless mics, which do use the headset instead of one of these mics.
Okay, I'll put that, there, then.
But it's also useful to have hair so we can provide them to hosts.
Yeah.
Well, there's a headset over here, isn't there?
Yeah, but this is more visible.
Okay, fair enough
Anyway, Null, I'm gonna have to
stage
talk
still
to you
feels
later
good.
about music, because the stuff you've made for BlanketCon is really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, the soundtrack is great.
And it turns out that when you're making a rhythm game, you need music, so I'll be hitting you up later.
Fish.
Okay.
Fish.
Alright.
Fish! Is Celeste with...
Hey, Lemon, can you hear this mic?
True, Soul.
Yeah, I can.
Start streaming this.
Okay, perfect.
This is the most
You know
important
what
time.
that means.
I'm already streaming. I'm already
You're
streaming.
gonna jump scare people with the headsets on.
Fact.
What do you mean?
Watch my stream.
Don't pick up that microphone unless you have to, basically.
Oh shit, yeah. That's where I wanted to make sure it worked.
Okay, actually, during my stream, guys, I'm gonna need you already.
Why did
Needs
like
backup
20
singers.
people just leave the game?
I think
It
something
happened again.
People just cross
The
sometimes,
incident.
I guess.
I've been lucky. I haven't
So
gotten
I'm
kicked
probably
once
did
yet.
something at the plaza.
Wait, is the server open? Oh, the stage isn't open. I mean, that's what I meant.
It took a lot of people out.
The caller is
Lucky
constantly
ass backup
propping us really
dancers.
funny.
You know what I think it might have been?
Wait, hold on, Jay, can you put me on the stage for a second?
Sure, no block!
What?
Can you teleport me onto the stage for seconds?
No, you won't. You'll
I
get
want a silly
teleported off
gold
if you're not
like
creative.
this.
Right, H.
You know what? Fuck it. Cool rivulet.
True, cool rivulet.
Real and
Cool
true.
rivulet.
Real and true.
I was gonna go onto the stage and do this, Jay.
I love how the joke blocks multiply every con.
Yeah.
Don't pick it up! No. Put that back.
That was a misclick. I need
Called
I'll
Torment
turn
Nexus.
my headset there.
Hold on.
Okay, so I'm
joke
let me
thing
hit
underneath
start
the
streaming in
stage.
OBS. Can one of you pull up the official stream? Okay, it's connecting. One of you pull up the official stream and let me know if this camera angle is good. Hammer?
I'm...
It's the mod. Wait, no, the moderate Q&A is tomorrow.
Yeah. Modern with Q&A's tomorrow. Yeah,
I pray I'm the main streamer. I pray I'm the main streamer.
I
And
am
I pray that they link
letting me
mine.
load
I am
crossbows
so
without any
glad
ammo. It
that
makes a ghost item.
Toho is making its way into Minecraft modding. It feels at home now that I'm like part of the not ITG scene where like 95% of everything is just not 95%, but there's a lot of Toho fan work.
Lemma, the Pacioli is literally named that.
Yeah, but that's just Vazkey.
Okay, that is Vasky. Vasky's a gray and blue addict.
Vazkey's just a weeaboo.
That is true. That is actually true.
Vasky is Minecraft mod anime references Jord.
I am allowed to call Vazkey a weeaboo because I will be shouting out Vazkey mod design in this talk.
Vasky is also my boss. I can make fun of my boss. I'm technically a VMer, and every single time I say that, I get more fake clout.
You guys can hear this account, right? Just to make sure nothing is echoing, we're all clear for...
Yeah, we're good.
Cool.
AV.
Cool.
We love AV here at the AV booth.
Shouts to AV.
We love AV.
I've been on the camera things on and off.
Sit still so I can pat you.
I might have fallen asleep on the job at one point, but honestly, that's just to be expected at a certain point.
Yeah.
Thoughts
It's a
on the
shame.
addition to the stage?
Honestly, can we keep the addition to the stage permanently?
Not for this talk, I think. I am too short to be seen behind the fish.
Hold on. Just like like project yourself up to the screen. How about that? Or wait, no, we could get like a little step stool for you. Like how I did with Arc Apocalypse at 23. Just like have like some sort of like slab or something, you know?
What does this command block do?
If you don't know it, those don't touch it.
So I might just call it for now and then come back later on. But
That'd be a good idea, yeah.
This is one of the cooler like cooler like handles. So I wish you luck.
Yeah.
Soul.
Yeah.
I'm 1 kill away. Can that last kill be you?
With pleasure. Come on over to the plaza, Vanny.
Wait, get rid of my krill.
Who has the transcodes?
There we go. Did you send me 9,000 blocks into the air, Jay?
Not intentionally.
Did somebody send me 9? Oh, I didn't see what I did is reproducing.
Okay, who just killed me? Who just killed me?
I think I might
The block
know
behind
what
you?
I did. I need to see if that was just like a bug or if something weirder happens. Like I vaulted.
Okay, whoever killed me, do not do that again, please.
It's the block right behind you.
I do not have Fixer anymore for some reason. Why?
Oh yeah, my terms also got taken away, and I need to be in Spectator to record those.
Guys, I found an amazing new bug.
I should make a
Teleported you and it
game
didn't work.
called
Yeah,
Super
I
Spectator.
worked at the same time
Wasn't
and I died.
anything
because of it.
different.
Oh.
Hammer to launch yourself over the stage, you get sent to Y10,000. Which hammer was it? Was it this one? Incredible. You could just send yourself to the stratosphere.
Hey Lemma.
Yeah?
Can you check the stream and make sure this camera angle is good?
Yeah. Just a sec. Let me find your stream link.
Do you want me to post it? Hold on.
No, it's in ModFest Discord. Lee. Thank you, Lily.
No problem. Is this camera angle good?
Checking. Yeah, that camera angle's just fine.
Cool. Oh yeah, I just realized we can use FreeCam to get good camera angles, can't we? We can use that
Yeah.
as well.
Did you just realize? I thought you were doing that this whole time.
No, I have an on-cam. I have an on-cam spectator.
Whose phone
No,
is
but
going
your phone is blowing
on?
up.
Sorry, that was me. I had an alarm set for this. I had an alarm set for this talk to make sure I didn't miss it.
Incredible.
That's awesome.
I knew. I set 3 alarms actually. I set 3 alarms to make sure I was awake for this. Oh shit! Yeah,
Yeah,
good
that's-
idea. I'll mute myself.
Average trying to wake up moment.
Okay, and now after resuscitating my voice with some very nice tea, I'm about to completely thrash it again. I hope you all appreciate this stupid joke that I think most of the people in the audience are too young to get. Oh,
That's fun. I will be right back.
Take those off tonight.
Yeah, be quiet now though.
Watching a presentation in the air? Wrong.
Take off your damn shoes. No shoes in the AV hut.
Oh gosh.
Hello. Is that Lemma's keyboard? I was here.
I think so, yeah, I'm hearing a keyboard too.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
my
it's
keyboard.
Lemma's.
I'm not going to be using it during the actual talk.
Fair. Chris sleeping.
Yeah, the half visible Lemma face due to ears emissives.
Oh. I was so confused why it was like transparent. That's weird. Is that a bug report? I don't know.
Okay.
I gotta go for now. I'll be
I think
back
that's good for us to start. Alright, AV ready? Sounds good.
Stay, John.
AV ready. We are go for stream.
Modding has changed. It's no longer about tech mods, magic mods, or vanilla plus. It's an endless series of kitchen sink packs created by companies, players. Modding and its consumption of vanilla has become a well-oiled machine. Modding has changed. ID tagged mods register ID tagged items, use ID tagged JSONs. Mix-ins inside their jars enhance and regulate their abilities. Data pack control. Optimization control. Loader control. Bytecode control. Everything is registered and kept under control. Modding has changed. The age of events has become the age of control. all in the name of averting catastrophe from raw ASM. And he who controls the bytecode controls the code base. Modding has changed. When the code base is under total control, modding becomes routine. Okay, no, that bit's ending right now. Oh, that was not good on my voice. Anyway, hello. Yes. Modding... Oh, why did you go twice? Modding over the past few years has definitely changed. We are now thoroughly in the NeoForge era. Mix-ins are available everywhere. We've got data pack everything. We've got a lot of compatibility, but it feels like some things have kind of started to stagnate. We don't really have as many, big showstopper mods anymore. We've got Create, we've got some new up-and-comers like Cerulean and Spectrum and the like, but largely, mods have trended towards being smaller, adding only a couple features. And things have kind of just gotten entrenched and calcified as the both technical and design-wise requirements and standards for modding have raised higher and higher. But that kind of makes me sad. I'll get into this in just a bit, but I've been around for a while, and I miss a lot of the, older eras of modding, where there were just so many big, massive, expansive mods, and a lot of the things that made those so good are kind of just a bit lost nowadays. And Hama agrees with me, so we want to talk about some, ideas on how you can make bigger, more interesting, and more fun mods. But I guess we should talk about our creds there. And hi! I'm Lemma. You might all know me from running previous events. I've been playing mods since 1.2.5 with, Thaumcraft 2. And I've been making mods since, 1.12 Forge era. I was the first person to make I was the first person to make a Fabric content mod, only just barely beat out by first Fabric mod overall with Prospector's mod menu. I, of course, used to run ModFest. I organized every event except Fall Fest from ModFest 1.15 all the way up to BlanketCon 23. And I've just kind of been around. I've made a bunch of different mods. Some of my favorites are Infraredstone, my first sizable mod, which was a big Red Power style Redstone edition. We got Mycoturgy from last fest, or from last con. We've got Barkeep from this one. Got a few other side ones like Better Boilers, Kiln. Oh, I really need to port up Friendship Bracelets again. That one is so good. But then, of course, if my mouse will work, we've also got Hama here, who will not be talking out loud, but is here because they helped co-write. Hama grew up playing modded and started making mods with ModFest 120, creating Anshar, Spirit Vector, Armistice. They TP added twice and deleted all the shards and got put in charge. But, yeah. Words. Yeah, but, yeah, we've kind of just both been around for a while, seen a bunch of mods rise and fall. So, we want to talk about some stuff. Will we make it through BC25 without needs? I mean, we have so far. Hasn't been many problems yet. Yeah. Oh, where's... And please. Yeah, there's, the big thing, I have to address with, saying, hey, everyone make more content mods, is making big content mods is really, really hard. Like, I've tried a bunch of times. Mycoturgy is supposed to be like a full Thaumcraft scale magic mob, but it's just not there. It's really difficult. There's a lot of things that you get in the way of and just have to think about. Yeah, especially, modern Minecraft, like, art and game design standards are so big. We'll definitely be talking about those later, yeah. Second only to the hardest thing, making a mod loader. But yeah, one of the, hama, I think that might be me, just let me take it off real quick. But, there. But yeah, like, one of the big things is, like, balance is always a big threat. Like, people will play in different ways. It's really, really easy to optimize the fun out. This pic over on the left is a picture of, the Super Soren drive. Yes, that is the Greg Tech New Horizons quest list. Yeah, echoing is just an artifact of the, audio setup. It's been happening again. Stand back a bit, okay. Ah, I see. Alright. Oh, hey, new one. Thank you. Echoing means you're doing good. But yeah, like, balance is tough, and it's made even tougher by both, like, players just finding ways to cheese it, but also pack devs are just gonna mess with it. Like, it both for better and for worse. Like, pack devs will throw a huge wrench in the works. Anything you make configurable, they'll configure. Anything you don't make configurable, they will configure anyway. So it's kind of just like, there's a point at which you can't really balance things with, like, abilities and recipes. Or no, with numbers and recipes. You have to, like, balance with, like, the actual capabilities of the item. I've mixed in the delusions of grandeur. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like, balance is a really big thing to worry about. Like, if you want to make a specific experience and want to put game design in it, just, there's a point at which you just have to not worry about the, like, what other people are going to do with it and just make something that feels good when you play it. Yeah. The next thing is, I'm not gonna get too onto this topic, but we need to talk about Vanilla Plus. Now, Vanilla Plus is it's kind of one of those terms where it's been used so much to the point that it's kind of lost all meaning. I think, like, yeah, I mean, of course there's, like, the most obvious Vanilla Plus mod, Quark. Where it's just, you know, it's very subjective. It's, like, it's usually just, like, smaller scale additions that fit in line with kind of the vanilla ethos, like, things that could be added in a vanilla Minecraft update. Yeah, it's very subjective, and I'm gonna keep whining about it. Yeah, it's just kind of fraud. It's very easy and very safe. Yeah, Vanilla Star, that's included too, but yeah, it's just like, it's very easy, especially with how vanilla is nowadays, how many huge updates we've gotten since, like, even just 1.12. We had the Nether update, Caves and Cliffs, the Trials update, all the new stuff I haven't looked at because I've been burnt out on Minecraft modding. Yeah. But, just, like, there's a lot more you can do than just working with what vanilla gives you. One thing some of the best mods have done is, is, like, working on, is just treating the game more like an engine. One of the great people at this is Raika, the dev of Rotary Craft and Chromatocraft and so many other huge, incredible 1.7 mods that I really do recommend checking out. They're very good. Yeah. Join server instantly starts profile. Yeah. There's also Hack/Mine, an old jar mod that turned... Wearing a spirit vector during this for the wings is difficult. But yeah, Hack/Mine is another really interesting one. It fully converts Minecraft into like a full-on data-driven hack and slash way back in like the jar modding era. Then of course I have to like mention other big total conversions like Better Than Wolves or Better Than Wolves, Terraformacraft is the name I'm trying to remember, and just so many other huge total conversions that really just show you what you can do with this engine when you stop treating it like a game you're just making new updates and add-ons for. And then, of course, there is the nostalgia goggles. I have to admit, old mods had such low standards for visuals and, like, functionality. The amount of work that goes into making a mod feel good nowadays is more effort than, like, any 1.4 mod put in, I'm gonna be honest. And, of course, because modding has been around so long, everything's been done before. There is nothing new under the sun. Ultimately, like, you're going to end up making something derivative when you're trying to or not. So, focus on remixing things. Hama and I both did this at ModFest 1.21. Hama with Armistice kind of riffing off a bunch of things, but also Flan's mecha. My group did it with Plastar riffing off Thaumcraft Golems, which I might get back to at some point. I think that's a really cool idea. But the absolute queen of remixing old features, it has to be Una with Iter. Iter is so good, and all of its best features are just taken from old mods shamelessly. The Void Cleaver is just Una's rendition of Carpenter's blocks. The Void Effector is just the Thaumcraft portable hole. The Abominations are like every... Okay, we should be good. I've refreshed the mic, so it should be ready for re-recording. Yeah. Hopefully that should be fine for everyone. But, back to it. Iter just does this better than anyone else. Like, the Void Cleaver is Carpenter's blocks. The Void Effector is the Thaumcraft portable hole. The, I'm forgetting the actual names of them. Continuous. The Continuous Exchanger. Thaumcraft Wand of Equal Exchange. The Continuous Projector is just the Botania Rod of the Bifrost. Everything has been done before, so just take what other stuff people have done and make it weird, new, and interesting. Continuous platforms are so good, yeah. And to, like, help figure out other, like, ways to make good mods, we've got a few techniques that we want to share. Okay, I should have fully refreshed the mic. Hopefully that's good. But yeah, we've got a few techniques that have served modders very well to make really fun stuff, and a lot of them come from, like, proper game design. Mike's working out good. Yay. Yeah. One of the big things is designing to encourage player behavior. Players are creative. They're really good at making really interesting things, so just give them things to do and mechanics to figure out. It's fine if you just make them all simple, but just give them a lot of different stuff to make a complex system. No one does this better than Create right now. Everyone... Yeah. Create is such a shining example of this, of just giving you a lot of different, very simple components that just resolve into far greater than their parts. Botania also does do this. Again, okay, third time. Alright, I am checking one more time if the mic is working. I can also just switch mic stands if that will help. Yep. Okay, I'm trying a different mic stand. Alright. Okay, different mic stand. Recording will work? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, no. No one does this better than Create, because everything just really works amazingly. There are no processing machines in it. There are devices that perform actions. Like, the mechanical press is both used for, like, pressing operations, but then you also use it with a cauldron for, like, packing. Instead of being a machine that creates things, it is a machine that performs a process. Yeah. And that's really what the cool thing about it is. It just really works because then you can take all those things and mix them into a bunch of different interesting stuff. And the other thing that you really, really need in a mod is gadgets. Just little bits of equipment that'll affect your moment-to-moment gameplay. These are the secret sauce of good mods. If you don't have gadgets, people are not going to be as interested, because gadgets give players reasons to actually progress. They give you all these, like, new things to do. Like, of course, the most obvious ones, like, gotta be, like, the Sojourner's Sash, which is, from Botania, which is just the Thaumcraft Boots of the Traveler again. Hey, that idea about remixing. The portable hole from Thaumcraft. Hell, I've had, like, despite me just saying that Create is really good at game design, I've been frustrated with its lack of gadgets. It just doesn't really have enough things that affect your moment-to-moment gameplay. There's, like, the potato cannon, and the extendo grip, and the wand of symmetry, and for a little while that's kind of been it. But oh, the chain drives. Oh my god, the chain drives with the ability to wrench onto them and ride around them is such a good gadget. It is like, hey, that's a reason to progress through the mod now, because that's really cool. It's really neat. It's like, yeah, everyone likes ziplines, everyone likes riding around on ropes like a skyhook. It's awesome. More mods need, like, cool, fun gadgets like that. It's essential. And, of course, like, even if you, like, know you have to put gadgets, it's hard to figure out what you want to, like, actually add in. And for that, I have one more technique. What I call the Vazki School of Mod Design. No ideas? Steal them from an anime! the Key of King's Law is just from Fate. Sai is just riffing off Mahoka, and is better than Mahoka. Don't watch Mahoka, it's bad. Yes, that is a fucking Metal Gear, because what do you think Armistice is? Yeah, Hama's been doing great with this. The Spirit Factor is just riffing off Jet Set Radio. Armistice is riffing off Metal Gear. And, of course, Cerulean's, like, redaction stuff is, like, it has been self-described by Jasmine and Emmy as Britannia meets End of Evangelion. Genuinely, like, if you don't have ideas for a mod, look for something really cool in some piece of media you like, anime, video game, book, comic, anything, and just implement something based off that. It is perfectly fine to take inspiration from other things. In fact, it's a really good way to do it. Beyond that, we've got a couple other things to talk about. Hama did some interviews with mod devs, and we have some case studies to share. Oh, my throat's getting dry. First, we gotta talk about Starcleave, Haifa, and all of Fanastray's other mods. Oh my god, Fana's mods are so cool, like... Fana just came out of fucking nowhere with, like, the Soul... I'm pretty sure Fana's first mod that I'm aware of was Soul Under Skulk from ModFest Singularity, and just from there, Fana's really been taking off. So many really cool, interesting, out there mods that, yeah, I really enjoy. And so, Hama did a bit of an interview. We've got the whole thing over visible at this QR code, but I can just read out some stuff. A big pull quote we've got is, a potentially worrying amount of my design decisions are influenced by wouldn't it be funny if X, like, half of Starcleave's content and lore, such as the netherite pumpkin, or aspects of Starcleaver golems, star bleaching food, the comfiest bed you've ever seen in your life, and the new you reward for killing this many bosses that it detonates the dormant nuclear explosives that have been slowly growing beneath your floorboards mechanics. Just figuring out some ideas from just, hey, yeah, you'd be very, yeah, hey, if it's funny, put it in. It makes the mod feel more fleshed out and have more things to do, even if it's not, like, ultimately super useful. It just makes it feel a lot better. Yeah, just, you've got to be willing to sacrifice or Lego eating. Yeah, there's so many things like that. There's a bit of a tension in uniqueness. Like, even if you do things in a unique way, you can still be worried that it's derivative. But, like, mods are all built on each other. You really just have to focus on how to make stuff unique. Yeah, we also, literally just last night, so we haven't really had a lot of time to put it in, got an interview back from Emmy and Jazz with Cerulean. You've gotta have a willingness to sacrifice approachability to have more interesting results. Cerulean definitely subverts, like, what can be considered a good mod. It is literally just a weird, fucked up dream version of a lot of the stuff you find in Britannia. And then there's just so many other... Yeah, Maddie, no. There's just so many other parts of it that really just are there to surprise you and make you really figure stuff... Really think about what you're interacting with and how it all works. Cerulean's such a cool mod. I really enjoy it. Anything else? Then, yeah, we've kind of just moved on to an epilogue. Yeah. Yeah, is a big thing is that, like, good mods and popular mods are not really the same thing anymore. Good mods used to be popular when there were a lot less mods. The best mod you'll ever play, some of the most cool and fun experimental ones, are going to be a lot more niche. Like, you're not, like, despite how awesome Cerulean is, you're not really gonna see it in, like, in popular culture the same way that you'd see, like, Create or such. It's just, with a lot of stuff and, like, how the landscape of social media has changed, it's really just something that, it's just a fundamental disconnect. The mainstream popular stuff is not really ever going to be the truly mind-blowing avant-garde almost stuff. Yeah, download counts aren't really an indicator of, like, your success or your talent, and I don't want to get too into it because it's kind of a bummer, but I'm not too happy with the fact that people are, that, like, you have to depend on download counts for, like, money. That's kind of something I've had an issue with the whole time, like, CurseForge and Modrinth have been around. It's just, I don't like that we have to have it. It just makes me a bit sad, because it makes people trend more towards, like, smaller things that can get included anywhere instead of making these big showstoppers that are a lot more risky but a lot more interesting. And then another thing is, good mods are often funny mods. Like, we've got Obabo here. There's no real way to guarantee popularity, but you can always just make fun things. Just make it funny, make it cool, make it interesting, make it weird, and just ultimately have fun. It's not really much more you can do than that. But I believe that's all we really have, like, planned to talk about. I am ready to open the floor up for questions for me and Hama if anyone has any to ask. Oh, I've got one already. Alright, how much should a mod balance? Quote, is making every feature configurable with configs, data packs, game rules, etc. just a lazy way of putting the balancing onto someone else? Where do you draw the line between balancing the mod and giving the mod pack devs or players the choices? And is there anything that you would never make adjustable externally? Oh, this is a really interesting one. Yeah, like, especially with, like, Mycoturgy, there's a lot of stuff, like, Mycoturgy is, if I ever get around to fully making it, which I'm not sure I will, I've got a lot of other stuff going on, is, like, it has a story. Its research progression is going to be very intentionally interwoven with that story and how you as a character in the game are learning about this magic and where it comes from. Yep. Yeah, Reich has tried it. It's difficult to pull off. It would definitely be weird and rough, but I think it would be interesting, and that's what I want to do. It really just depends on what your intent is. Yeah, Vatsky nuked the Daybloom to, like, force better balance. There's a lot of things you can do to try it out. Yes, Hydrogen, give me just a sec. Yeah. Lily, go ahead.
What would you recommend for mod devs like me who aren't good at all at making textures, so we limit ourselves to just backend?
Stop giving a shit about textures and just make something cool. Let the art come later. Just do programmer art. Still, like, I've done a bunch of vanilla texture remixing. Just don't sweat the art. That can come later. It is so bonus. Uh-oh.
What? Hello?
I think the trash cans killing you might be a really bad feature, actually. Don't do that. That's my game design decision. It's very funny, but it can be a bit of a pain. Hopefully y'all can hear me again. Yeah. I am redoing the audio. Okay, there. I should be mic'd up again. That should do it. Yeah. Sounds like it's going good. There. Yeah, no, just don't care about the art. Buildcraft and Industrialcraft didn't care about the art, and they defined the entirety of modding for a decade. Like, don't sweat it too hard. You can get to it later. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Next question. What if you don't watch anime? I mean, one, you could start watching anime. There's a lot of it that's very good. Watch Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury. It is the best piece of media of all time. I will fight you. Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah. Yeah, no, genuinely, if you don't watch anime, you can just take stuff from other games, or books, or comics, or any other media you interact with. Because it's just... It doesn't have to be anime. I just wanted to riff on Vazky doing it repeatedly, because it's worked very well for him. Next, storylines and mods. Do you think adding actual storylines to mod is becoming a big thing in the future? It could, but oh my god, it's so much work. It's, like, people have been doing it for ages, like, Chromaticraft did that for ages, and, like, Chromaticraft and Thaumcraft did it, Hexcasting does it really well, I am actively avoiding learning about Spectrum so that I'm not spoiled, but I've heard that Spectrum does it. I don't want... Yeah. If someone can submit Sylv's question into the text thing, that'd be great, because chat is running. Next note, how many weird mods, how many weird mods like Botania and Twilight Force remain popular? A lot of that is from them being really old, and from being from previous eras, like the old Forge era. They've stuck around because they're recognizable from when there weren't as many mods, and that's just kinda the, one of the sad things about the current era of how many mods there are. Is just, it's a lot harder for, like, mods on or even above Botania and Twilight Force and such is tier to stand out. Then, not necessarily a question, do I have a mod I love? Quite specific. Love to put effort on it, never get many downloads. But if the people using it finds it useful, that makes me happy. Yeah. No. That is, like, a really good way to approach it, is... I'm sorry to talk about anime again, but... Bocchi the Rock kinda nails this. It's like, even if it's not the most popular mass media sort of thing, the few people that it hits, it'll hit hard. Okay, I'll grab Sills. What counts as a good mod? I have a lot of ideas, but I feel that they're too shallow. For example, Legacy Landscape and World in a Jar sounded good in my head. They're honestly just weird, not really something I'd want to play. That's really definitely one of the big challenges with modding, is figuring out what makes a good mod and what makes a good idea. This is something that just all game design struggles with. You've got to first make a prototype, then figure out how you can give it... Yeah. then you've gotta figure out how to give it sauce. Just things that could make the dynamics on it interesting or fun. Like, yeah. Like, for World in a Jar, like, what unique advantages could you get with World in a Jar other than, like, something like compact machines where you can compress a big machine set up into a small space? Still convinced game design isn't a real field, it's just paying attention to whether mechanics are fun. Yeah, as opposed to mechanics like realism. Yeah, no. Game design is not a science, it is an art. You gotta just fuck around and see what's cool. Lily, go ahead.
You mentioned Spectrum. What would you consider to a possible Spectrum 1.7.10 port? I just want to hear your feelings on this
haven't
first.
played Spectrum! I don't know anything about it because I don't want to be spoiled. But if you want a 7... From what I've heard, if you want a 1.7.10 port of Spectrum, Chromatocraft is right there. Spectrum is very much a love letter to Chromatocraft. Alright, how hostile can you be towards other mods? The Greg Tech Tinker's Plank War for balance issues before it's just too much. I'd say, like, the thing that caused the Greg Tech Tinker's balance war is that Greg and the Tinker's devs didn't talk to each other and just tried to make their own changes without actually, like, communicating and hashing it out. And honestly, that was before, like, the big, like, mod pack era. The drama is so old its history doesn't even count as World War. Yeah, no. The big thing is just, like, you will not get that bad if you are actually talking to other devs about balance stuff. And ultimately, there's like, just pack devs will sort it out too. Feel free to make as many weird changes as you want. Just go wild with it. Do stuff that's cool, weird, and interesting. Yeah, drama like that was more... Yeah, Jazz has a good point. Drama like that was more common back in the day because the modding community was a magnitude smaller. These days you can just ignore it. Yeah. Is it better to have multiple simple mechanics that work well together or a few complex ones separated? So, like, create wood farm types versus Greg Tech chemistry. That's a really interesting question, actually. It really depends on what you're going for. Yeah, some simple mechanics are definitely necessary for, like, fundamentals, but then absolutely, I love when something just gets really into the weeds on this one hyper-specific thing. Just figure out what feels good for the idea you've got. There is no one true answer here. What's a good way to make progression? Progression's an interesting one. There's two main types of progression. There is vertical progression and there is horizontal progression. Horizontal progression is done so rarely, but is so fucking good. That's when you have a lot of different things that are around equal power level that you can branch out into. Like, I'd say that Spirit Vector has horizontal progression. Just, all the vectors are... There's no one that's better than the other, they're just all different. Same with, like, Itter's, like, upgraded rifles, the Reinforced and Void Rifle. Neither of them is better, they're just different. Yeah. Whereas vertical progression is your usual, like, tech moddy, add more ore tiers or such. And while that can really work, it can be a bit overplayed. Horizontal, you thought skill-wise, yeah. Then, I'll put that at the end. What's that smiling mod? I don't know what you're talking about, actually. So, oh, the one on the screen? I don't know what Modababo is from, actually. It's somewhere around... Ah, Hollow, okay. I see. Say his name. How much of the Shrimpsicle mod is just... I have not checked out Shrimpsicle, so I can't say. I have not had time to actually check out the convention yet. Oh! Yeah, Death of Botania here. I keep getting arguably good ideas for gameplay features. However, I'm struggling with coming up with adding actual content which keeps the player hooked. Most fixed for that I'm seeing are huge recipe trees and crafting stations. I feel like those are a bit dry for normal players though. Any idea on that? This is like... yeah. Instead of adding like recipe trees in crafting stations, add new mechanics is a really good way to do it. Botania, like... or no, not Botania, Bodhism. I love being able to read and, understand words. Sorry, Shiro. Yeah, Bodhism, I'd say, yeah, I'd say definitely think about, like, new ways to, interact with, new ways to interact with the mod. Instead of just adding, like, more content, add more things that you can do with it, or more ways to, like, experience it. That's usually a good way to go. I can't say for certain what would be best for you, because modding isn't, game design is an art form, not a science. There is no, one true answer, but definitely just, recontextualize how the mod, is used. Figure stuff out there. Please don't create a spell dimension while I'm answering questions, Hama. They can't see me behind the blocks. I'm too small. What mod adds the item that hides those red hexagons? That's Cerulean. Cerulean's very good. Check out Cerulean. Then, who did your skin? This one was done by, former ModFester who I'm not sure is super around anymore, Arathane? Question, do you think that doing mod reviews on YouTube would work these days? Want to set something like that up where I review really cool mods like Starcleaver? I would, even if it wouldn't work, you should do it anyway. You don't know if it'll work until you try it. And there are a bunch of mods that deserve a lot more focus, so yeah, just go for it. It'd be cool. That's all the reason you need. That one's just junk. That one's junk. I have a mod I've been wanting to do for a long time, but never have ideas. ModFest 121 was my most progress, where I set some rules even, but I feel like, chat is covering it up. I feel like I should go for silly semi-related things and work with them instead. I'm not good at creating specific ideas, but I am good at random silly ones. Throw all your random silly ones into one mod, then figure out how to glue them together. You can always just... yeah. You can always just figure out how to stick them together later. It's fun. And this mod author might come across your 12th video one day and just be happy. Yeah, exactly! How do you balance player progression and base machines tech infrastructure progression? Which you prioritize? Should there be hard steps for each other, or being separated in interrelated progression? That's another good one. Again, all of this really, there's no one perfect answer. You should really just figure out what works for your idea. I think, like, there's, like, it depends on what you want to add, because, not to criticize Create again, I need to emphasize, I really like Create. It is one of my favorite mods. It's just, it is so close to being completely perfect that I keep focusing on, like, the couple things it's missing. Create is really, really missing a reason to use trains. There's just, it needs some region-specific world gen or something that incentivizes long-distance train travel, because while packages certainly help, like, it needs something like the immersive engineering drill, or like, Greg Tech or, Tech Reborn or Modern Industrialization, like, big ore deposits out somewhere, just because right now there's really no good incentive to use trains. If you want an idea for a good Create add-on, give that a look. But yeah, just figure out what works for the features you're adding and how to encourage people to use them. What do you think is important to writing content mods which are targeted to newer players? How do you keep them engaged without overloading their brains with recipes and other things? This is where, like, something like Create is good, where it's all just simple components that mesh together into a more complex total. It's more than the sum of its parts, and its parts are simple enough that it's really approachable. Remade an old mod feature, it turns out someone else did too. They're now being mean to me, saying I'm a thief. That's their problem. Like, they're inspired by it too, just like, there is nothing new under the sun. You're gonna make the same features as other people. It's just, don't worry about it. Just focus on making something interesting and good. I love how Trickster gives you a set of content, but nothing done, just throws them in your face, says do something with it. Yeah, it's definitely fun to have, like, smaller mods like that, but there's a lot of those nowadays, and I want to encourage, like, the bigger, more cohesive experiences, because that's something that I really feel is missing. There's not nearly as many, like, big centerpiece, build an entire pack around this mods anymore, and that makes me sad. Yeah, Spectrum is that, like, we're starting to get some again, like, Create is a big centerpiece, Itter's a big centerpiece, Spectrum's a big centerpiece, but we need more. Favorite unpopular mod? What do you define as popular? Because you could very much argue that, like, Itter and Cerulean are unpopular, but they're so fucking good. This question just says, in your opinion, what should a developer, and then cuts off, so I can't answer it. Junk. Another, yeah. What do you think is driving the lack of big centerpiece mods? That is, without a question, because it's just really fucking hard to make big centerpiece mods. Especially to, like, the standards of quality people have nowadays. It's just so fucking difficult. The fucking version treadmill is brutal. Like, every single, like, minor patch update now is as big as the 1.710 to 1.8 split. It's so difficult to keep them maintained. It's, like, and I really hope that Mojang slows down on, like, engine changes soon, even though I know Microsoft's not gonna allow them, unfortunately, but yeah, no, honestly, if I come back to modding later, I'm just gonna pick an old version, sit down on it, and never move, because I think that's gonna be a lot better. Yeah, I think that Minecraft deserves to be a done game at this point, and that's a hot take, because I like the new, like, ghasts and such, but I think it just needs to be done. It doesn't need to keep making new content forever. There's a point where trying to stand out could be a detriment. I don't... depends, because, like, if it's too unapproachable, I mean, folks are gonna have a harder time with it, but I think, like, definitely try and stand out. It's fun. My stuff on Minecraft last 100 years. Yeah, no, I know. Why are Kitchen Sink or Vanilla Plus so popular compared to other more specific or expert packs? Even having good questions that they dominate. It's because Kitchen Sink and Vanilla Plus packs are, again, easy to make. It takes so much effort to make a really intricate, heavily progression-focused expert pack. Like, my wife, Kat, has been working on a bunch of ideas, and it's so hard, even with all the features we've got nowadays. It's really hard to make something that feels good and cohesive. Yeah, specialty packs you're making for freaks. Maddie has a good voice on that. How much should bigger content mods look for compat with other mods, or should you say other mods should compat with them instead? It really depends on the situation. Just like, definitely provide an API for people to go through, and yeah, provide an API for people to add onto your stuff, and maybe just throw some of your own compat in there too. Just don't force people to work with your mod if you can avoid it. Let people work with it if you want to. Here's another one. Is there something up with the notes? Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up soon. But I keep getting notes that are, like, cut off. Yeah, I think shut off questions so that we can, yeah. Yeah. Right, didn't I? Yeah. Alright, how to integrate into vanilla progression? That's really hard. It's, like, you can integrate into vanilla progression, but I think it's more interesting if you don't. Just, like, vanilla is really scattered thematically and progression-wise. I definitely recommend just focusing on your own things, even if you want to work with vanilla. Like, that's kind of something you have to figure out with your own features. Because the version treadmill is so big, what do you think about developing for deliberately older versions like 1.7.10 or 1.12.2? I mean, I have some blazing hot takes on the current 1.12.2 scene that I'm not sharing here, because I've already gotten put on Kiwi Farms through ModFest before. I'm not doing it again. But, like, there's no problem with sticking on old versions. I'm gonna be doing it myself. If I ever come back to modding, because I can't keep up with the version treadmill. It's just too much for me. Yeah, then lastly, just wanted to say very interesting talk. Thank you, Lemma and Hama. Yeah, thank you very much, Bartender for 147. I wish that stack components existed on pre-121 because Barkeep uses them so much. It's really, really critical for the mod. Yeah, just because of how complex the data in them is. But, yeah! Thank you all so very much for, coming to the talk. Yeah, I'm kinda on my way out of the Minecraft modding scene in general, because I am currently working on making my own video game, an arcade throwback rhythm game called Beat Drop Heaven. I'll be sharing more stuff about it when it's, like, ready for presentation. I'm really excited for it. I think it's gonna be really fun. it is going to have some of its own modding features, but a very different kind of modding. But yeah, I hope that if any of y'all like rhythm games, you will check it out when it's ready, because I'm really happy about it. Hama, do you have anything you want to shill? I mean, you're also just here at you're here at ModFest running things. Hama, yeah. Thank you all very much, and I will see you around. Play DBSB, good mod.
Among Us.
Among Us indeed. That's an interesting hat.
Almost.
You get 5 big booms.
Out. Hi. Out. Yeah, I'm almost done. Programmer art is so real. I was in the chat, but one of the things I made with Incorporeal is I copied the WIP texture from the very first snapshot, adding the hoppers to the game, and because I couldn't make a texture for something, so I just copied the whip texture.
Yeah?
Hey, if Vanilla can use the stupid whip texture, I can do it too.
Yeah, of course. I'm 147 hoppers is so good. I need. So, tell no one else about this. I say, looking at everyone around me.
And to someone who's streaming.
Yeah, no, it's fine to know. I'm gonna probably fuck around with like content nil mods on an old version at some point.
Sickos.
Yeah, because I think it would be weird and interesting and fun, and if I'm using a version that no one else works on, I don't have to worry about it anymore.
True.
Yeah, because like then the burden is entirely on me and no one else. Would you all like to see life-size llama?
Yes. What?
Hmm.
I want to pick you up and put you on my shoulder.
Oh.
I knew it. It worked.
Ah.
Hi, Lemma, check
How
this
did you
thing.
get up there? How did you get up there?
Did you just glide her in?
No.
I have a prize for you for making it up here.
I feel like this prize is going to be...
It wouldn't be BlanketCon if Zydra wasn't
Have
the place
fun!
it's supposed to be.
Enjoy your flight!
Here, some fireworks.
L.
Oh, is that what that thing is? Is that what that thing is?
Oh no, it's not UUID locked. Oh no.
It should be.
Which sword is that?
Pride of Ansha from Soteria. I don't actually know how to use it. I don't know how to use it though.
Okay,
that
so
might be
it's
UUID.
UUID locked. Okay.
It may be UUID locked, or I might just be stupid. How do you use it? No.
It's a right click, but Hama told me it's UUID locked.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. So,
that's good.
so the item itself isn't UUID locked though. The item itself isn't.
Yeah.
I think Hama's one is UUID locked. Like, I think it deletes the item if you.
Listen, if I give myself the 5-stick, that deletes myself, but the Pride of Ansha doesn't. So,
well,
I guess Hammer just didn't do that.
I can show how I got up to this stage. It's really silly. It's
Oh,
such a
boy.
stupid idea. I swam under. And there's just like a space where there's like a pipe or something down here.
Huh.
And then you can swim like under it, and then you can pearl up to the pipe.
Oh my god.
And then I just pearled up.
Oh my god, it's just right here.
Yeah, and I just went up here.
yeah, it's not important. It's only locked during talks.
That's so funny.
Oh, I fell down again.
F. What is this stuff?
Is what?
Ah. The blue mescagella.
Yeah.
I can't escape.
Enjoy. Huh? Well, you wanted to get in, didn't you? Also, we did break the Phonos cable, so...
Yeah, you're probably best that you have to just, what's the word? Put something around the cable.
Break the cables off and on.
I'm on it. Hama, get out of the way so I can... Alright, you got it, good.
No.
The most fun part is immediately when I saw this, I was like, I wonder if I can find Enterprise.
There.
Yeah.
Alright, that closes it, good.
Yay.
I think it would be funny to leave you there for the rest of the event, but you can just warp yourself.
That is
No,
true.
hama area lib will not TP right now. It's disabled because there's no talk.
It's okay, the one way in was patched, I'll find another, don't worry.
No, there's no way to get in, you get TP. No, area lib does detect TPs.
Obabo.
Hey.
Uboa.
Good.
did it, and I need it. We'll never know. Hearts.
Nice.
Heal, I guess.
Yes. I wonder how loud the voice chat volume is for people to hear us actually.
Jeff.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, are we expanding the... Is this gonna help get rid of the...
Oh, I was actually
glitch, the hand
thinking a
glider?
bit just because,
Oh.
just so the trash cans are more accessible. I put these out
Oh, I
like,
see.
a couple minutes ago.
I see.
Hopefully this doesn't cause a problem. I can move the trash can. I'll probably just move the trash cans.
Yeah, I'd probably be better to be safe than sorry. You can just, like, put the barriers around the text, too. Or, yeah.
I don't know.
I guess that's fine. I don't think anyone can hang glider in here.
I'm missing the trash can.
What? Was I
Wait, it's like
shrunken?
away.
No, I wasn't. Wait, no, this is half block tall. Ourselves.
Okay, that's 100 minutes for the next presentation.
Arch, by the
Find some
way.
data.
forgot you just do that. I remember that.
I need to stick to smaller things. For the first thing I make, I shouldn't make a big thing.
Yeah.
Peril.
But yeah, I will head off for now. I'll see. Oh,
yeah.
Hey, Quat.
Hi.
Hi. We've been talking about how Mojang keeps making things that are almost great and then are not.
Very close to perfection.
I'm also heading off shortly because I have a fucking model kit I've got to build.
True.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad folks enjoyed my talk.
I did, yeah. Great.
Yeah, I've already got... Yeah, Hama and I have already gotten DMs from 3 people saying they're inspired to make bigger mods now.
Trying to clap, but I have to hold my push button.
As it goes. But yeah, no. I think this is a good, like, last hurrah for my experience in, like, being in the Minecraft modding scene before I go all in on making my stupid gimmicky rhythm game.
Beat drops Spirit Vector.
Yeah, like, I will be getting Taro to make a Maoru at some point. This has already been agreed upon. Yeah. See you nerds later.
See you. That was a very cool accent. Also, I don't think I've actually seen your skin properly before. It is very nicely done.
Thanks, I totally stole it from somewhere else.
Yippee!
I think it's based off like an Argonian skin or something, and I just drew some more pictures.
Earsified.
I drew the wings though, that was nice.
Ooh. Wings are hard to draw. Even mine, which are just lines.
I fall down a hole.
Oh no.
That's cool though, I like it.
Your skin's feature is nostalgia.
That's right. Got the letter P on the front, that's a feature.
That is a feature. Oh, that's cool though. Oh, hello. Hello, stream.
All 0 viewers.
What? Okay.
Oh, I have 4. That's incredible. I shouldn't look. Yeah, I'm just doing it mainly for like documentation purposes. I'm not like a content creator.
Yeah, I am going to be looking through your stream to watch the beginning of the little words, the talk that Hama and Lemma did.
Oh, yeah, I got that.
So I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wake up to watch that, and then I wake up on the exact minute that it starts. Content destructors. Oh, reaction channel. No.
It's about 40 minutes to the next talk. That's cool. There's been like I think last BlanketCon they were like right back to back, and that was kind of cool. But I was like, my hair was on fire trying to upload videos and stuff. So there's more time in between talks now, which is, I don't know, it means I have to find something to do in between, but it's kind of nice.
Why is my Twitch password incorrect?
Hi, buddies.
Hello.
Hello.
That's neat. Look, Brams. Hello, Aqua. I'm just exploring between events right now. There's a lot of stuff in here about like really detailed documentation. That's kind of cool. I have my own kind of complicated knot of apathy, and I should really like take some hints on how to design good configuration, because my configuration sucks. Nothing up here, it's just a boulder. I should probably get an adventure. Server-side modification. How do you make it A? Oh no, I don't know how to write English letters. Perfect. Oh. I've seen these poly decorations trash cans around and I've wondered how they work. I guess that when you fill up the entire bottom row, it deletes the top row, which is kind of a cool way of doing it. Sorry about the frame rate, by the way. It's just, you know how it is. It's cinematic. It's part of the experience. How is it vanilla? I don't get it. Like, okay, so this is, it's probably like a display entity or something. No, I just turned on F3B. There's, okay. Does F3B not work? Yeah, no. How do you make the text? Can you make text with display entities? Or... I guess I don't have the power of these things. Yeah, they even have some crazy shit to like the F3 screen is custom. You can see that it's like, thank you, Blur. Yeah, I'm actually looking at a spruce fence, but according to Poly Decorations, this is a spruce signpost. If that box is here, I can ask. Hello. I'll send Pavbox a banana. Isn't that the supplementaries thing? Yeah, and it feels like a barrier when you push on it. That makes sense. I imagine the biggest limitation with server-side modding is just the lack of available block shapes. I heard you can do some stupid things with like shulkers, but it's the quark trowel. That's cute. It's twisting vines. I was wondering, like, how do you make a climbable block? It's a fake twisting vines block. That's funny. Yeah, how else would it work? This is probably like my favorite implementation of trash cans. This row that moves up. I'm really surprised I haven't seen it before. You know, and trash cans aren't exactly a rare thing to add to mods. There's been a million trash cans over the years. But that's like, I don't know, it's a really nice one. That's kind of cool. I'll keep an eye on that. Minutes to the next event. Is this whole thing Patbox World? Yeah, those are entities, so this is what Patbox is doing. Stop being vanilla. I don't get it. Be less vanilla. You could literally make an entire ModFest with just padlocks mods, apparently.
Oh, a pipe. Oh, hi again.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, so that's how long the stream delay is. I just heard myself in the background going, ooh, pipe.
There's a house made out of chests. Is that supposed to happen? Well, it does. It's trying to spell something. I just feel like it probably shouldn't be sideways. Bro, I'm in the chest dimension. Gonna bookmark that for later. Behold. Wait, is it? Come on, take rate. You can do it. Yeah. I bet it's gonna be really funny with the laggy server. Wawa. Uh-oh. Voice chat server died. Ah, server died. Okay, I need to go get some food. I'll be back in a bit. Looks like the server's already back up. I think it was just a hang. Oh, I'm way back here. Okay, I was a crash then.
How does... oh.
Whoa. Oh, that's good.
Okay, the music just suddenly stopped.
Shit swag.
Greetings.
So, apparently...
Where did
I
you
did-
get one?
I should not fall into the trash can.
I don't know how to
Okay.
get out of this boat.
Oh, my
Ship
slides.
doesn't work.
I've received slides. Right click to edit, shift and right click on screen.
There
Is
we
it
go.
already linked to the screen? Oh god, it is. Right click to forward, shift right click to go back. Okay. Oops, I can't go back. It doesn't go back. Crouch. Okay. I see. I'm the type of base person who doesn't use shift for crouching. Okay. I have 2 of these now. Which one should I use?
Spin.
Okay. Am I really loud now? Right click one of the microphone things. Okay. I've right clicked a microphone thing. Yay. Oh, I should turn it up. Settings, microphone amplification. How about now? Is that good? Am I making a crunching sound? Hi, test. Okay, we'll talk more. I'm loud and clear, yes. Very nice. Okay, I see there's a stream too. I'm hearing an echo of myself from somewhere. Am I still hearing an echo? Yeah, I still have an echo. I don't have a radio, no. I have another headset.
Okay.
Should I take off the headset? Isn't the headset what makes me speak? What radio? I don't have a radio. Yeah, there's a stream on Quad's channel on YouTube. I have it open on the side. And I don't hear myself echoing anymore, so wait. Oh, it's coming back. But it's only over here. I think it's a person. Or is it the speakers?
Speakers.
Maybe I
you
need
can
to
turn
just...
off your own voice in Phonos by going into the config on the mod page.
How do I get there?
If you go into your escape,
Okay,
just click on mods, go on Phonos.
Clan config. Own voice. Off. Okay. Now it's off. Amazing. And you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Great. It's time. I think it's time. So, welcome. Welcome to my presentation of translucency sorting. I hope you're all prepared for a somewhat technical talk. I hope it's not too technical, but it's more technical probably than some of the other ones. I'm adapting the presentation I did about this as my thesis defense. Do you not hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, someone's in chat said, am I connected? Oh yeah, it's just broken for you. So I did my thesis on this, and maybe that's something we want to talk about. Here, I wrote it. There's a text. You can actually read the whole text, but I wanted to have... Thanks, Jasmine. I wanted to have a presentation that's more Minecraft focused, which makes it probably, hopefully, a little bit more accessible. It's a pretty dry topic otherwise, so I've added more funny Minecraft screenshots. Okay, maybe not funny, but at least they're Minecraft. So it's a kind of academic focused type of presentation, and I use LaTeX. So, you know. Okay, well, let's get into it. And this is not that useful. We're going to start with an introduction, and then go through what it's about, and then I'm going to go over the various approaches. And then at number 5, we'll talk about the difficult, like the hard to sort problems that I've solved recently, that the build that does that isn't actually in this mod pack, but the general translucency sorting is in the mod pack. So you can see basically that translucency isn't entirely broken everywhere. Wow. And then in the end, there's like a theory section that I might talk about a little bit. It's kind of intense, and I don't know, maybe we'll do the Q&A and then I can talk about the theory section if someone wants it. Okay. So this is what it looked like before. It was broken. You can see on the left, it doesn't look right. Pieces are missing. How may this happen? Well, when we render translucent quads, like the blocks are made of quads. A quad is just a shape in space with 4 corners, and if we render them in the wrong order, then it breaks. And this is not a new problem. Generally, games have translucency, and it's something that everyone needs to deal with if they want to have translucency in their game. And this is not a new problem. I'm not solving a new problem. Like, Minecraft has had layer translucency for pretty long, and other games have had it too. But usually, what you find is that either games avoid it entirely, they just don't let you layer more than one layer of translucency, or they use a order-independent transparency or translucency approach. One funny thing is, translucency and transparency are not the same thing, and the literature actually disagrees on which one is which. So I'm going to say translucency is when you have stained glass. Like, you can see the thing behind it. We can go back. Wait. We can go back and you can see, like, there's something behind it, but it now has a different color. You can still see it, but the color has changed. And transparency is when there's either entirely the thing behind it or none of it. There's just a thing in front of it, like leaves. With leaves, there's like a bunch of holes, basically, and that's transparency. And we don't care about transparency because that's just easy. When you render something, it writes the depth of what you've rendered to the depth buffer. The GPU does that, and then it's fine. And then if it renders something in front of it, then it checks, are we closer, are we not closer, by just checking the depth. With translucency, we also do that, but we do need to order it in the right order, so every layer gets blended onto the last. And what Minecraft and Sodium use is ordered rendering, where we just put the quads in a certain order, so that when we render them, they end up layering in the right order. You can also, as I said, use order-independent approaches where you don't fix the order. They have gotten a lot better, and it's a legitimate approach, but it is not free. So you need to render everything basically 2 times, maybe 3 times, depending on the approach. And that's not great. So, like Sodium, for example, is already kind of bottlenecked on vertices on a lot of devices. So if you want to render something twice, it'll probably just take twice as long, which we don't want, because taking twice as long is bad. So we don't really want to do that. So, I mean, the approaches can work. There's been attempts at order-independent transparency, but they have so far not been great. I think there's modern implementations, like some people right now have implemented them and they've been okay. But the thing with just ordering the quads correctly is that it is like nearly free. So that's what I'm doing. The performance is basically free because we have an index buffer anyway, the thing that says in what order we want to render the quads, and we can just change it. We can just make the quads use some other order. And also the other good thing is that we only need to render everything once, which is much nicer than if we need to do gymnastics. There's also like a platform question. You don't really have a good time doing order-independent translucency on older devices that don't support new OpenGL features. So that's another aspect. Okay. So how does it work? How do we render things? Wow. I think slide 7 is missing. How do we render things? Apparently not. Good point. I'm being given a new slide deck. Thanks. That was fast. Oh god, it's even on slide 7. Well, service. Well, here you go. This is, it's nice to have competent people around. So this is Hermitcraft, and that's just a translucent layer. You can see it's a lot. I would like it to be less, to be clear. There's like too much of it. A lot of, that's a different thing I'm working on, but it doesn't have anything to do with translucency sorting. The caves, first of all, don't need to be rendered, but also we don't really need to render all of the water in the flooded caves. But those are two different questions. I mean, the one is just culling, which is just hard on its own, and the other one is if we fiddle with how water is rendered, maybe we can get rid of like water quads that you probably can't see unless you're in spectator mode. But whatever, there's a lot of it. We need to do it pretty fast. And when we have the quads, we do the alpha blending, and we need an order to blend them correctly. And the sections, which is just like 16 blocks cubed, so they're chunks, and then you cut the chunks into vertical pieces. Those are already sorted by sodium, and vanilla also sorts them. So it sorts them by distance. So close things get rendered last, and far away things get rendered first, so that when you render them in order, then you keep putting stuff on top. We only really need to do the sorting within each section, because if you sort the sections and then sort everything inside the sections, then in total it will be sorted. This doesn't apply to anything other than terrain. I have to be clear that we're only doing terrain sorting. We're not doing sorting, at least I'm not doing sorting, between entities, between terrain and entities, between terrain and clouds, or entities and clouds, and all the other stuff. In that case, order-independent translucency might be interesting, but we also have fabulous mode, which solves most of the problems with that. This is the formal problem statement. I'm not going to get into it too much, but this is the math problem we're trying to solve. So some of you might know the mathematical term of a set. We have a bunch of quads, which is a set of quads. And then we have vertices, and the quads are made up of vertices. And we assume, this is important, that the quads are flat. So I say the quads vertices lie in the same plane. And a plane in space is just like a flat surface that you can describe by a single point and the direction in which it points. Well, maybe in which the normal points. A point doesn't really point anywhere. The normal is important. I'm going to get back to that. We use it a lot. And then there's an origin, which is not like you could use a point, but you could also just take a dot product. So you know the direction in which the plane is facing, and then you know how far along that vector it is. And we now want to find the ordering of all of those quads such that it just looks right. Here I describe it as the ones with greater depth are rendered before those with lower depth. And we can also just get rid of it if we can't see the quad anyway, because the quads are always one-sided, so you can only see them if the normal vector is pointing at you. The normal vector always has a 90-degree angle between itself and the surface of the plane. But that's not that important, because usually we can't really take advantage of that optimization, because as soon as you move around, it would be wrong. There's some problems that we can't actually do by just reordering the quads. If they overlap in a cycle, we just lose. Because there's no way you can order those without it just being wrong. Because as soon as you render the orange one first, then you have to render the blue one and then the green one, and now you've rendered the green one on top of the orange one, which is wrong. And then you won't be able to see the orange one. You won't be able to see them in the right order. So either the depth is wrong and then you can see through it, or it's just the wrong layering. And so in those cases, we need to split the quads. Like, we could split the orange one in half, and then we have 4 quads, and then there's an order. But we don't know where to split them in this case. But so there, then we need to do the whole quad splitting system, which I will talk about later. And also, when it's intersecting, we just immediately need to do splitting, because there's no way to solve it, obviously. Like, you can't do anything. Any order is just going to be wrong. So I looked at some special cases, and the theory doesn't care about the special cases. It's just, in theory, we just have the same computational complexity anyway. But the special cases are really important in practice. We don't need to do any sorting if all of the quads are aligned to a box and facing outwards. You can see on the left, I have a little graphic of the quads are now thick. That's a little bit cheating, but they're thick now. And then on the right, that's what it would look like in Minecraft. I can detect that. You can do math on the normals and how many they are and where they are and how far along the dot products are and stuff like that. There's another special case, which also happens a lot, which is if they're facing away from each other, you can't ever see the one through the other, because if you remember, we only render quads in one direction. So if you look down in the diagram, you can't see the blue quad because you're looking at it from behind, so it would be invisible. So it doesn't matter what order they're rendered in. If you add the red quad, though, then we would need to render the red quad before either of the green quads. Also, the green quads don't need to be in any particular order because you can't see them through each other. This is a little bit more an extended case. You could have a bunch of quads that have the same orientation, like they're all parallel, but then they face in different directions, either left or right. In this case, it's also pretty simple. We just need to sort them by ascending dot product. So we would say BDE and then CA. But it doesn't really matter. You could also do CA and then BDE. Because, again, we can't see them through each other. We can just see the blue ones through each other and the green ones through each other. And this is what I call static normal relative sorting. And if you actually, this is an interesting demonstration. If you press F3, you can see on the right, Sodium actually tells you how many of what special case it's doing. Because I split it up in static and dynamic sorting. The ones I just showed you were the static ones. There's another static one, which is where we do graph sorting. I'll talk about that in a moment. And then there's dynamic sorting, where we need to change the sort order as you move around the world. With static sorting, we never need to change the sort order. We just do it once when the blocks change, and then it's always correct. And there's, in this world that I'm seeing right now, there's like a lot of sections that don't need any sorting. There's 1,000 sections that don't need any sorting. They have translucency, but they don't need any sorting. Then there's a bunch that are static normal relative, and then there's a bunch of static, and there's also a lot of dynamic, but most of them are actually just not doing any dynamic sorting, so it's quite effective. Okay. Can you hear me again? How long have you not been able to hear me? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I'll do it again in 20 minutes or something. So if we can just get away with only sorting everything once, then that's pretty good, because then it's like literally free. Like we upload an index buffer after building the chunk, and then we're done. And detecting that is not that easy, especially if it's a tricky one. But we have a reasonable amount of time during building to just try a bunch of stuff and then see whether it works. We do all of these special case tests, and then I try and do the graph sort. There's also the special case of distance sorting. In this world, it actually does it a bunch of times, which is pretty rare. That means a bunch of weird stuff is going on, which I guess, given the mod pack, is not that surprising. Distance sorting is only used as a fallback. So that's what vanilla does. It just takes the center position of the quad and reorders the quad such that the one that's furthest away is rendered first. But you can see it's sometimes wrong. So you can make arrangements of quads that just do not sort correctly, even if you sort them by the distance to the center point. This is also why sometimes in vanilla you will have issues. And vanilla also has its other problems. Sometimes it doesn't sort it at the right moment, it doesn't sort it often enough, or it forgets to sort them. There's some issues, and I think we've solved all of them, or at least most of them. The quad splitting branch, I believe, solves all of them. I just wanted to mention that distance sorting is not perfect. The problem is also that distance sorting has weird invalidation. So when you sort something by distance, even if it might be correct, it becomes wrong as soon as you move the camera. There is no way to figure out how far you might need to move the camera or not need to move the camera for it to stay correct. So you might move it half a block and it's immediately wrong again. So then you would need to resort and make a new index buffer and re-upload the index buffer. And we don't want to do that all the time because we actually want it to be correct. And with distance sorting, we don't know whether it's correct. We only know that it's correct until you move. And then it's like, oh, maybe. So we only really do that in this implementation as a fallback. So when it doesn't work with anything else. Okay, so the other static way of sorting, so where we don't need to update it when you move, is topological sorting. So the idea is, let me have a drink. Drinks, yes, cheers. So the idea is, what if we just compare whether we can see the one quad through the other one? Like, are they overlapping visually? And if we just put them in the order where every pair of quads that is overlapping visually has this overlapping relationship satisfied, then we have a correct sorting. And this builds a graph. So a graph is where we have a bunch of nodes, that some object, and then we have a bunch of relationships between those objects, which we call edges. And when we have these relationships of where you can see the one through the other, then it forms a visibility graph. And the positions in which the camera always can you reuse the same sorting, the same order, I call it the camera polytope. So if you move a little bit and you're still within the same camera polytope, then the sorting is fine. But if you move too far, then it becomes wrong, because then some other pair of quads is now overlapping that wasn't overlapping visually before. And that's pretty easy to imagine. So if you have two things that are not on top of each other on your screen, but then you move such that they are, then now you're in a different camera polytope. And I just wrote down some math that has to be what has to be true so that you can see two quads to each other. Basically, just if there's a view ray between them, then you can see through them. So we don't need to go through the details. They also have to both be visible, obviously. If one of them is not visible to you, then then it doesn't need to be sorted. So the camera polytope is constrained by the planes of invisible quads. So if you take a quad and you expand it like all the way, because it's flat and it's in space, and if you just expand it, then you have like a plane in space. And if you take all of the planes of the quads that you currently can't see, then you have some space around you where you can move a certain distance, and at some point then you cross the plane of a quad that you currently can't see, and then it becomes visible. So if a quad becomes visible because you crossed its plane, then you need to rethink the order in which you're sorting things, because now you need to somehow integrate the new quad into your sort order. And previously you could just ignore it because it was invisible. So the triggering, which is the process by which we determine when the sort order needs to be regenerated for a section based on camera movement, uses interval trees and like lists of dot products. It's a little bit involved, and I don't actually go into it in this talk too much. And it's the system that we used to call, or that some people still call, GFNI. Or is it, what is it? Is it GNFI? I don't know. It's a bad name. I don't use the name. Right, that name. I think it was derived from global face normal indexing. Dapper has declared the canonical name for, I don't know, everything. But what happens is that we figure out the dot products of the planes that cause the triggering, and then there's an interval tree, which is basically just an optimization to figure out in which sections we are going to be crossing these planes. And those sections where we cross one of the invisible quads' planes, we need to redo the sorting. And then Sodium schedules a task where then one of the threads that does chunk building and sorting takes up the task and does the sorting. Yeah, the HackMD is old. Like, don't read the HackMD, read the new text, because the HackMD is somewhat old and a little bit wrong. Not entirely wrong, but slightly wrong, just as an aside. In this nice picture, you might have been wondering, what is this nice picture? This is the space that the camera polytope can see through the quad. So on the left, you have the orange camera polytope. That's like the space within which the camera can move before we need to resort. And then in the middle, between the green and the blue, there's the quad. It's just a square or rectangle in space. And then the blue is everything that you can see through the quad from any position in the orange volume. And this delightful diagram I made in Blender, I have a ridiculous amount of geometry nodes that generates the actual shape as a mesh, and then I can export that with SVG. It's kind of funny. Not really relevant, but just so you know, this is a vector graphic. I'm very proud of this fact. And as you might be able to tell, yes, I spent 200 hours on the graphic. As you might be able to tell, the shape is very difficult. It's very complicated. We don't really want to be evaluating this. So the camera polytope it has constant complexity, and it takes constant time because we can assume various things about how complicated the geometry is, but it's still not really nice. Like, we don't really want to do that because you would need to do linear programming and evaluate a billion vertices. Like, checking whether a point is in a polytope is just strenuous. Yeah, linear programming, yay. We don't want to do it like a billion times per chunk. There's also the problem that visibility is not transitive, so you can't just do like quick sort, you know? So we actually need to do topological sorting and not quick sort. With topological sorting, we actually compare all of the edges. Basically, it's just depth first search. And it actually needs the amount of quads squared, which is not great because finding a visible neighbor is hard. So we just need to check all of them. I have had ideas for optimizations like acceleration structures, but basically what would need to happen is oops, I broke the stage. How do I go back? Oh.
Yeah, server lag.
Oh. Lag. Okay. Lag spike. I have gone back one slide. Here we are. Thanks, IMS. So building an acceleration structure that tells you which set of like objects, like quads, is in the blue thing is like really hard. And you can construct things where it's like pointy and it'll like poke through things, and it's just generally not nice. I thought about it and was like, no, let's just not do that. So what happens is we instead use the reduced visibility condition, which is where I'm not solving the linear program, and I'm just assuming the visibility can come from anywhere. We're not going to limit it to the camera polytope, actually. And this still works. It doesn't always work, but it works in a lot of cases. So now we can do visibility tests, i.e. between two quads. We can check whether they can see each other just with axis-aligned bounding boxes. If they're aligned, if they're not aligned, we need to do some dot product tests and stuff, but it's not... We don't have to solve a linear program for every pair of quads. So the structure you can see on the left, we can sort with the reduced visibility condition statically. There's just one sort order where no matter where you look at it, it'll always be correct. And that's what we do during chunk building. We just check whether there is one And if it is possible, then we just use it. If it isn't, then we need to do dynamic sorting. Sometimes we can also use separators, which is a concept that I'll talk about more in dynamic sorting, where if you have a camera position, the yellow thing, then you can't see something through another thing that's on the other side of a plane that separates the two groups. So we can't see the blue quad through the green quad because there's a plane that separates the camera and the blue quad from the green quad, because light and like the way you see doesn't go around corners. So if we can prove that we can't see two pairs of quads through each other, even though there is a camera position where you could, but not the current one, then we can remove those from the graph. Then we don't need to connect them in the graph, and then finding a sort order might be easier. And I do that sometimes, but it's usually not the case, because most of the time I just use graph sorting for detecting whether there's a static sort order. Okay. So there's also some problems with graph sorting. So graph sorting statically, if we don't have like a camera polytope on the left, we can't sort that because there's like a cycle, and you actually need to constrain where your camera position is to find a sort order. But otherwise, if you are able to look from everywhere at once, which is what we have to do for static sorting, then it doesn't work. And on the right, you see the same scene, but we added a separator in a constrained camera position, and now we can see from the green quad to the blue quad because we would need to look around a corner. Okay, so now on to dynamic sorting. Dynamic sorting is when we generate a new index buffer and a new sort order as you move around the word. Dynamic sorting uses a petition tree, which is also not a new concept. That's something game engines have been using for a long time, but they used to use it instead of a depth buffer. They didn't have a depth buffer, so they actually sorted with a petition tree the whole world. I'm just doing it for translucent objects, but they actually sorted the whole world. And they also split quads into pieces because they really needed to sort everything. Nowadays, it does get used as a optimization and acceleration structure, but not usually for everything. So a valid petition is, in this case, without quad splitting, when there's no quads that go across the cut plane. So we have a plane in space that turns the whole space into two parts, and it's a free cut. And that's what they call it in the literature, and I call it valid because without splitting, it's just we can't do it if we needed to cut through a quad. Then we can use these valid petitions to sometimes make useful petitions. And a useful petition is when it not only doesn't cut a quad, but it also actually splits the quads into two groups. So there's some quads on the plane that does the splitting, and then there's some on either side. We don't really need to have three groups. We can also just have two, but it needs to at least be two. Otherwise, we're just putting slices in space that do nothing. So with petition trees, we just do the petitioning into useful petitions multiple times recursively. It is not easy if the quads are not aligned, but in most of them are aligned. So most of the quads, if you look at the stage and most of the world, the quads of the blocks are axis aligned. And we can do the splitting in quite a good time. We can just sort the quads, the intervals of the quads along along the axis that we're splitting them, and then we can just chop them into pieces as soon as we find a gap. You can see on the right, sometimes it doesn't work. If the quads are weird, then the tree is not a tree anymore, then the tree is a list, which, if you know things about trees and computer science, if your tree is a list, it's not a good tree. Trees don't have nice properties of trees if they have turned into lists. But this doesn't usually happen, so it's fine. We just want things to usually be fine. So we can build a partition tree of all of our quads, and then when we generate a sort order, we just take the two partitions and then put all of the indices of the stuff that's on the other side of the partition from the perspective of the camera in the index buffer first. We render that first, then we render everything on the partition itself, and then we render everything that's in the partition where the camera is. And then if we recurse, then the sort order gets generated correctly. And this only takes linear time because we just need to output the index of everything once. I'm having another drink. Okay. So the construction is kind of slow, but it's much better if it's balanced, and usually it's balanced. Usually we never find partitions that don't work, because most of the quads are just aligned to the blocks. And the thing on the right doesn't happen. So the sorting just gets re-triggered when we move across the partition plane, and we have, again, this structure that keeps track of all of the planes. And when we move across them, then we just redo it, and then we get a new sort order extremely quickly. This is an example. I made a bunch of quads. In this case, it's 2D, so the quads are lines. And we always partition multiple at once. So we do all of the partitions that we can at the same time. So in the first step, we're partitioning vertically, and we partition on the blue quad, and then we find a partition that goes between the blues and the greens, but it doesn't have a quad on the plane. And then we also can cut off the orange one. And then within the green groups and the blue groups, we can do it with horizontal cuts. And then we can do it again in the green group. We can do it with diagonal cuts. And these are unaligned partitions. So that's something that the implementation doesn't actually do. And I'll get into why we don't do that later. Spoiler, it's just really hard. So if we do it repeatedly, then we get cuts everywhere. And then we have a tree that lets us generate a sort order really fast. This is actually I should have shown this earlier. This is how the splitting works. This is how we project the quads onto the axis that we want to split. And then we get intervals. So if the quad is parallel to the axis, then it's interval. If it's orthogonal, then it's just a point. So at points, we can put down a split, but with intervals, we need to make sure that there's a gap between them. And we can do this in n log n time because it's just sorting a list of items. The partition planes are generated greedily. We don't pick a certain axis that might be better. You could do that, but most of the effort would just be wasted, especially in practice. Sometimes it doesn't work. Some instances of the problem just don't work, even if they're aligned. On the left, you have this delightful object, which I also made in Blender. And you can try and petition it, but it won't work because there's always a quad that's in the way. And this is a case where we would need to use quad splitting. And on the right, there's even a simpler case for if you have underlying quads and just 3 that look like that, you can't petition because there's always one, no matter how you want to cut it, that's in the way. The implementation has a few extensions and special cases that make it faster. So we can detect special cases during the descent into the tree. So if we do the petitioning process once, then we have a bunch of sets of quads that come out of it. And then we can apply the whole set of special cases that I described in the beginning again. So we can detect, are they all aligned? Are they facing away from each other? Are they aligned to a bounding box? Or even, are they statically sortable? If you have a set of quads that you've partitioned, and then some subset of them is statically sortable with graph sorting, then you can just stop. You don't need to do any more partitioning, and you can just sort them statically and insert that as like just something that it outputs when you reach that node in the tree. But I don't usually do the static sorting part because that would be really expensive because it's squared complexity. But you could do that, and I do it in rare cases where we fail to do the partitioning, but sometimes then the static sorting can still work. There's also the partial tree updates. Sometimes when you update a chunk, so you put that down a translucent block, then it can reuse most of the chunk. Here, as IMS said in chat, this is a cube of death. It has like, what was it? I think 50,000 quads or something. And building that is pretty slow. It takes quite a few milliseconds. You can actually see it if it's in a world. It pops in a moment after the rest of the world has loaded. But we can avoid redoing all of that really slow initial work if we just reuse most of the tree, if you just update a small part of it. It's not perfect because it needs to do annoying gymnastics of like remapping the indices because you added something in the middle of the indices. So like you might have the indices 1 to 100 and 100 to 200, and you add like 101. So now you need to like text compression.
Are we back?
I think we're back, but I'm gonna wait a moment for everyone to be back.
Your microphone's definitely working. Stage audio's back.
I'm gonna especially wait for the stream to be back. Okay. Where did it die?
Nice hat.
Somewhere on this slide. Okay. I was talking about this slide for too long anyway.
Blender one.
Okay, I can wait another minute. I miscalculated the real amount. Oh right, or Cortex did. It's 49,152 points in the death cube. Are we good? Is it hooked up? Okay, I think we can continue. Okay, thanks. So I was saying, this is the death cube. It might have caused, just the side of it might have caused the server to crash. So there's special cases in the tree. So when we descend into the petition tree and we have a subset of the quads, then we can apply all of the special cases that I talked about before and apply them again. So we might do static sorting of various types, graph sorting, all of those things. Though that is quite effective, but I don't do graph sorting unless necessary, unless the petitioning fails for some reason. Then sometimes we can save it with graph sorting. We can also do partial tree updates. So if the building of the petition tree takes really long, then it might not take as long if we just have to redo some of it, and then we can patch the indices. And index compression can also sometimes help. The indices, especially in repetitive structures like this one, are often really repetitive, and then we can do like, we can calculate the deltas and then calculate how they repeat and stuff like that. It's pretty primitive, I would say, and it doesn't save that much, but it does work. There's also primary intersector detection. That's something that makes sure that when water intersects with other stuff, like stained glass panes or other structures, then we render it so that there's the minimum amount of like weirdness if we don't do quad splitting. Yeah, that's just a general optimization. So interestingly, partition tree sorting is faster than sorting by distance by around 60%. Because remember, distance sorting sorts by quad distances from the camera, so it's doing actually sorting. So it needs to do n log n work to sort the array of keys by their value. So the keys are how far away you are from the quads, and doing just this general sorting operation on every quad takes longer than reading out the index buffer from the partition tree, because that's a purely linear operation. It just needs to touch everything once, even though it is Java objects. And we know Java objects, if you have a lot of them and you jump around between them, are not that amazing for performance, but it is faster. A lot of them are just arrays of indices, so that helps. Yes, indirection. So the static graph sorting avoids some of the dynamic sorting, so those we just never need to resort. And as I was mentioning before, the distribution of sort types varies significantly between the various contents that you could put in a word. And distance sorting is never used in practice. Kind of funny to say that here, when it is being used in this world, there's 22 sections that use it. I would like to know which ones. It does get used rarely, but 22 is not much. So here's some just statistics. You can see in Hermitcraft we have a lot of static sorting and a lot of partition tree sorting. Partition tree is like what I just described, the dynamic sorting. In Hermitcraft 7, we have much less statically sorted, but much more that doesn't need sorting at all. And you can see it varies. Oceans have just generally less stuff that needs sorting, but a lot of it can be sorted statically. Performance, these are nanoseconds per quad. Distance sorting generally takes, on my computer, about like 25 nanoseconds per quad. Tree sorting, like reading out the sort order from the tree, takes around 15. In the ocean, interestingly, it's longer. I don't really know why. I guess it's just the structure of the tree. But building takes pretty long. Building is like 130 or something. And static sorting is even more because it's actually a quadratic process. It's not actually quadratic most of the time on real worlds. Like often you don't build a structure that specifically makes it take quadratic time. Often it fails early and then it goes on and does something else. But this is like not really a thing you could measure easily because it's a quadratic number, but it's still here. So let's get to quad splitting, what I've been working on, what is not included in the sodium build on this server, but so I have extra pictures. We can actually split quads more easily than I thought. For a while, I thought it would be too hard, but then I tried, and then it was like, okay, this is annoying and hard, but it didn't turn out to be as hard as I thought. I thought it would be even worse. The concept is pretty simple. If we're trying to split the quads, instead of giving up when we can't, we just say, okay, just take the quad and turn it into two parts. Usually it's going to be one quad on the one side and one on the other, but sometimes it's also a triangle. So then we need to make a quad that's like broken, a degenerate quad. If the quad is bent, then this process just entirely explodes, and I refuse to deal with that. It's finicky. And there's a lot of research on how to pick the right splitting plane. I don't do that because it is very expensive and usually not necessary. my goal is really to solve like stuff like water and stained glass panes, or some of the mods that have like template blocks that you can make stained glass. So, and those don't hit the really weird cases usually. And this results in a partition tree where there's parts of the quad on both sides that we generated by splitting. And we do also need to do some gymnastics to amend the mesh by the new quads that we added through splitting. But that works. The geometry could be amplified by doing that. It could be up to n squared, which is bad, especially if vertices are bad. But it doesn't happen. It basically never happens unless you really stress test it. And we can also limit how much geometry we generate so that it doesn't, even if such a case does arise, like make your frame rate die or it explode or something. This is a case that I generated artificially to see how far I could go. These are just randomly generated quads with some constraints. And you can see on the right, every quad that was generated by splitting has a different color, and there's a lot of them. Because we just pick one of the quads, and then we split everything by the plane of that quad. And every time we do that, we basically double the amount of fragments we have on either side. And this was really useful because it generated really weird data. And now we're at a point where it does not break anymore, at least not with this test. Most of the problems actually were introduced by me generating data that couldn't possibly be valid input. And you can see it breaks down if we like give it enough quads. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like holes, and it's like little bites have been taken out of the quads, and this happens because the errors accumulate, and every time we do the splitting, we have to reinterpolate all of the vertex attributes. So the UV coordinates which say where the texture is, and the position, and all of the other stuff. And they just get more wrong every time you do the splitting. And if you do it, if there's like n squared geometry at the end, that means for every quad, some of them you did it n times to. And that means there's a lot of floating point error. But there's approaches to avoid that. And I did some literature research on how to do that, but it is very sophisticated and I don't need to. So we're not doing that. It works good enough. Just I wanted to say that you could do it. Yeah, I could also use doubles, but it would probably just let me do it for like 100 more quads before it breaks down again. Yeah, the correct approach would be to do all of the splitting math and then in the end calculate the correct positions for everything. And there's approaches to doing that, just it's impractical to implement. Okay, so here's a demonstration of quad splitting working with framed blocks. I don't know whether that mod is in this mod pack, but I think we have a similar one. Right, we have templates too, which I think does basically the same thing. This is just the one that I used for debugging primarily. And it's been very helpful because this is like an actual practical use case. And you can see it can deal with crooked sign, weirdly shaped glass things, a bunch of water. It can deal with fences. It can deal with basically anything. I haven't found issues like with the fuzzing cases with the mod. So we're getting towards the end. I wanted to mention we do want to eventually, at least that's my plan, eventually release the quad splitting to sodium. I don't know whether it's coming in sodium 0.7 or sometime later, but I do plan on getting it in. And then we have fixed, perfect, amazing, correct translucency, at least for terrain. Don't really need to worry about it. So we will see. Now for underline partitioning, this is math. I did some research on how underline partitioning could work and how complex it is. And I put it in here because it was part of the presentation that this is based on. But I don't think I need to go through it in detail. I think I'm going to go over it briefly, and then if you have questions or specific interest, then we can talk about it. We're also kind of at the time limit, but we have a lot of time between presentations, and we did also have a technical break. So here's an overview. Okay, the time limit isn't too strict. Thank you. So there's just bad stuff in general, but then the nice stuff is in blue. We have the non-intersecting stuff that we can at least somehow deal with, maybe. Then there's the stuff of that is sortable, because I showed you examples that are not sortable. And some of it is also aligned. And then we have unaligned partitionable, where we need unaligned partitions, like partitions that are crooked, in order to actually find a partition that only uses 3 cuts that don't split quads. And then we have aligned partitionable, SNR sortable, and stuff that is always sorted on its own, where we don't need to do anything. The underlying partitioning problem is, how do we find the partition that goes and splits a bunch of quads into groups, like where the quad is not split? Like, no quad should be, like, it's a free cut, as I said, and if we know the orientation of the partition, it's fast. So if we already know it's going to be exactly this angle, then we can just project and just do the dot product thing, and it's like a line partitioning, just crooked. But if we don't know, if we need to actually find out the orientation of the partition, then it gets very hard, because there's a lot of different partitions that you could apply, and searching through those is expensive. But this is just a theoretical problem, because no hard cases of that actually appear, and the really hard cases are those where you can't actually find any partition, be it aligned or unaligned. So then we just need to do splitting instead. And splitting can also basically just eliminate the need for unaligned partitioning, because it's much easier to implement. So this is where the math starts. We can parameterize the set of partitions as points in a parameter space, which is more or less the same as normal space. And then we can find a linear mapping between the two. And we can also model the shape of all of the partitions that are useful as an object. So you can see here on the right, I have overlaid the volume of the partitions that usefully that validly partition this quad, which is all of the ones that just don't intersect with it. And when we combine all of the valid partition sets in parameter space, then we can find the useful partition set. And here in red, you can see the useful partition set. And it has 2 blobs, which kind of makes sense, because you can imagine there's a partition you can put between the blue and the green quad, And then there's also one you can put between the green and the yellow quad. So that's why there's two blobs and they touch in the middle, because those are the partitions that get really close to the green quad. There's a combinatorial solution where we just pick like triples of vertices to form a plane, because the partitions that are just free floating are not more useful than the ones that are like actually touching quads. And the combinatorial solution is n to the power of 4, which is not good. And we can also formulate it again as a linear programming problem. Yay! I call it linear constraint set because we don't actually have an optimization function. But it has even worse time complexity because it's like multiple linear constraint sets, because we don't actually have a structure that easily lends itself to linear programming, like doing it all with one linear program, at least as far as I'm aware. And so the problem can be solved with like the satisfiability of a linear constraint set, but it's like even more expensive than just doing it combinatorially. So that was the upper bound on the complexity of unaligned partitioning. The lower bound we can also find by somewhat, and this I didn't really flesh out, but we can transfer the lower bound on linear constraint solving to unaligned partitioning. We can map half-space constraints of a linear constraint set to vertices, and then you can see it kind of looks the same. And if you zoom in really far on, I'm going to go back to this thing. If you like zoom in really far on like the red part, and then it's like flat, and you could use that to kind of model a completely different problem, which would allow us to transfer the lower complexity bound. Okay, I think that's enough math. Conclusion. Usually we need to do OIT. That's what most games do. In Minecraft specifically, we don't. And we can do it very efficiently by doing index rendering and taking advantage of a bunch of special cases and using partition trees. And quad splitting then solves all of the remaining cases, which are pretty rare. And unaligned partitioning, by the way, don't do it. It's hard. Okay, so I have a bunch of Outlook questions. Can we use an acceleration structure? Maybe. It's really hard. Can we do like the static graph sorting within the partition tree? Maybe. Can we do convex partitioning, like where we put together quads and then do graph sorting on them? That might be spicy. And also, how can we mitigate the numerical instability, like the error accumulation? And I looked into that, and it's like annoying, but I put it here because it might be interesting. Okay, so acknowledgements. I would like to thank my advisor, my thesis advisor, my family and friends, Jelly Squid and other contributors to Sodium, other members of the Caffeine Discord server who helped me test, Mutzig Bike for helping me test the quad splitting, and also the author of the frame blocks mod, and everyone for listening. Thank you all for listening. I'm taking questions regarding the presentation. I was drinking water. You're welcome. Normal tap water. It's very yummy.
Is this working? Can people hear me?
I can hear you, but you're very quiet.
Whoops. Okay. I had a question about the static sorting. Is there a reason why you can't statically sort the vertices / quads and then use a just a shared index buffer? instead of having per, I guess, section statically sorted index buffer, because that way you also reduce your VRAM usage as well as increase cache.
What do you mean by sharing an index buffer? Like the sort order is going to be different for every time we do the static sorting because like the geometry is different, right?
Yes. But instead of, so you sort the quads, so instead of them being sorted.
You mean
in
yes,
the
sorting
index
the
buffer.
yeah. I know what you mean. We could reorder the geometry for the static sorting instead of using an index buffer.
Yeah.
That is a good point. We could do that. I have not done that. The index buffer approach fits in with the rest of the system more easily. But I guess it is definitely something that could be investigated as a VRAM usage optimization, I guess.
Okay.
Or maybe even rendering performance. I doubt it actually makes a difference. But
Probably
generally
not,
just VRAM usage.
Yeah, the VRAM usage would be very minimal, but it could just help. Just a thought.
It could help a tiny bit, yeah. I think, like I already implemented for the stuff that doesn't need sorting at all, it does share the index buffer, but it doesn't share it if there is a non-trivial one, like one that doesn't just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, blah, blah. A question has appeared. The question is, I take it that you're focusing on sorting quads rather than triangles, so you have fewer shapes to work with, right? Yeah, so almost always the quads are fine. So yes, then we just have fewer shapes. The pipeline has started, especially with the quad splitting system, to become somewhat hybrid, but it is still basically just quads that are degenerate if we need to represent a triangle. I could maybe, like, if we really wanted to fix issues where bent quads, like such as what water does, if those cause issues and we need to split them or we need to sort them, then it might be a good idea to split them into 2 triangles and then do something with both of the triangles separately. But it's also just an optimization because sodium renders triangles, but it doesn't render, like the index buffer is aligned to quads, so we always have 6 indices. So it would be kind of annoying to not always render 2 triangles together. So I think we're probably not going to use triangles unless it really becomes necessary. I hope that answers it. How do I put things in the garbage can? I'm just opening and closing it. Throwing. Oh, there we go. I'm not stepping in it. No. The question is, I'm an absolute novice when it comes to rendering and optimization. When it comes to learning about this kind of stuff, where's a good place to get started? That's an interesting question, very broad. So what I did is not really like the computer graphics aspect of touching OpenGL and doing stuff with it I didn't really do a lot of that. I did it a little bit, but I didn't do a lot of that. During the whole experience, I have learned a lot about how sodium works and how a bunch of graphics programming things work and how the pipeline works. But there's still a lot of stuff where I'm like, the other people will know this. Because I specifically focused on the algorithmic aspect of the sorting. So it was, to be clear, it was my master's thesis. So I was doing my, I was looking for a topic, and then I had just stumbled upon this problem and was like, oh, this is interesting. We could do this and that. And I talked to a bunch of people about it on Discord, and we ended up discovering like a kind of working maybe solution, and then it like developed from there. And I think that's like a lot how the various rendering and like optimization problems can develop if you do it with other people. I think in general, just learning about graphics programming, there's shader labs for like specifically shader development. There's a bunch of really good university level lectures on YouTube. Like I think MIT has one, but there's also other universities that have lectures on graphics programming. I'm sure there's books, but I don't know of them. Like I haven't specifically read any books about this. Yeah, TU Wien is really good with the graphics programming. They're the graphics programming university. And optimization in general, I guess, I don't know. I don't really just want to recommend, oh, go read the algorithms book, but I think a good foundation in what complexity theory tells you and stuff is a good idea. I did not throw it properly. Yes, MIT also has good courses on it in general. Okay, the next question is, there were a lot of math concepts. I'm going to have a drink. Half of which I didn't understand in parentheses, which you ended up using. How did you figure out which ones to use? And how did your research about those concepts? How did you research about those concepts? Were there many concepts you looked into which you never ended up using? So I think a lot of the math concepts I used were either from the research papers that I read on the topic in general, just how partitioning works. There's a lot of research you can find on partitioning. You can find a lot of research on translucency and order-independent translucency, although that is not as relevant to the work. But I think a lot of the general linear algebra and the algorithms is just from college. I've been through the various linear algebra and algorithms courses that teach those things. And I mean, I'm sure there's like, obviously there's a lot of concepts in those that I didn't use here, but it ended up being pretty broad, and it was fun to find like, oh, look, there's a graph thing here and there's a tree thing there, and we can do geometry here and there. And I like geometry problems, so that's why I picked this thing. This question says, will fabulous mode be removed if you fixed all of the translucency sorting issues? As I said earlier, I have not fixed all of the translucency issues in Minecraft. I fixed, with quad splitting, the translucency issues in terrain. And if there are any, I would like to find out what they are so I can also fix them because they are now bugs. Between entities, between terrain and entities and other stuff, as I said in the beginning, is not really in scope. And Fabulous Mode is still relevant for that. It might also be an option to have order-independent translucency system integrated with this. Because then we might, I don't know, might be able to have both very efficient terrain rendering combined with the more flexible OIT approach for stuff that moves around. Because you can't really do this type of system for entities and things that move around continuously because, as you saw, there's a bunch of structures that are built so that we can sort really fast and don't need to resort all of the time. Okay. Are there any other questions? If you don't ask a question, I'm going to throw a fish at you. If you don't ask a question, you're going to get a bad grade. That's how it works. Okay. I think that was it. Oh, there's another question. I wrote my thesis on it. Does it mean I have a PhD now? Should we call you Dr. Douira? No. This is a master's thesis, not a PhD thesis. I don't know, you might call it different where you are from, but I am now. New development. I'm starting my PhD in like 2 weeks, but it's unrelated to this. And this was for my like. I guess in other places it's like a big project at the end, but we like in Germany we do a thesis at the end, and this was the thesis for my master's. So no, you can't call me doctor. That's wrong. You have to wait 4 to 7 years until I'm done with that. Hopefully. Someone wants to ask a question with a microphone, I think. Do they?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so are there room for... Hold on, I need to take my headset off because I can hear myself. Are there room for improvements within the Translucency Sorting engine? If somebody made a better sorting engine that wasn't compatible with Sodium's license, what would you do? Would you contact them and try and get them to get the exception, or...?
I'm going to answer this narrowly. There are definitely improvements we could make to the engine. I presented a bunch of open questions and further work. So we're open to contributions. Please contribute if you have time ideas. We're always looking. Also, if you don't want to work on translucency sorting, we're open to contributions on sodium. Thanks. Okay. I think we're done. Thanks for coming, everyone.
Definitely that. I'll find you. Warp to Plaza. That goes for you, dude.
Oh no, are we getting exploded? Oh my god. Oh no, someone took my...
What's happening underneath the floorboards?
that work? Neil, I'm not. Don't get me started, I'm cheating right now. Oh, this is the, Araceli, right? Hey, it's Victor Wing. What's your text box 15? I guess when he sounds. It is kind of funny that it says unmatched performance, and the last server crash was caused by apparently a collision with one of these things, causing it to hang. Oops. Oh, this is so realistic. Yeah, this is like a train nerds train mod. Sorry if it was polytext. Hey. Yeah, that's what I was trying to fix. There's like a barrier there. I can't put a barrier there. Oh, because there's particle never block there. I'll put this above it. Oh shit, look at this one. That's not a good idea. Maybe cut stairs. Hello.
Hi, Mythos.
Hi, Snoopy.
These confetti bombs are the best. Oh yeah.
Hello.
I forgot this has small barrier.
Bye.
Wait, what do you mean VR support? What? That's crazy. I'm always saying this. That's kind of cool. This is sick, actually. Car in the fountain. Bro, I'm starving. I can't even eat the tomatoes. One GPS. Oh, the path is so... Oh no, I'm here for the forest again. Oh, this is cute. Oh wait, no, it's this monster was turned off. It did work. Yes. What do you mean toilets are functional? This is so cute. Froggy chair room. Yes. Is that a spotted froggy chair? It's so fancy. Skibbity. Apple shader. What? Concerning. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm running out of bananas. I mean a real apple cider. This one has like pride candles, I found out. They're really cute. I got the fucking skylocks too. Uh-oh. What? What's going on here? You all are gay. Let me make the one that I have in real life. I just double checking that's not the regular hand position. Looks good. Where'd it go? I mean, it's already red, but sure. What do you mean bracelet? Flagging on the Minecraft server? Can you believe it? There we go. It's not so bad. Okay, what the hell is life-size beat-ups? I've heard people talk about this one. You know? Can't argue with that. This item is so fucked up. I think I'm stuck in some place. Seeing half a conversation. Oh, food. Yes. So we're dying again. Tiny scar? What else is I gonna do? Oh, bovines. Yo, my frame rate. Oh yeah. No. New cow. New cow just dropped. Could put a boat there. This lockdown effect thing is kind of neat. Oh, it's data driven. Candles. Spend less on candles. Where's the entrance? Uh-huh. Do I want to know? It's fun, it's so silly. Yeah, I guess I've been here before. I didn't look at the booth though, I was just like teleporting out and spectator. I want to try drifting. Share words. Oh, right. Yeah, it's a Discord integration mod. I was like, is that a type of worlds? No, they meant words. What are you doing there? Okay. My fucking FPS. It's going to explode. Many such cases. TPS actually isn't too bad. 15 doesn't, yeah. Okay, this will not be very fun at 1 TPS. are they from, though? Oh, Legends of Steve. Yeah, I'll take a screenshot of that, fine. Switch to trash. I can keep that, actually, might be useful. Next one. Yo, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Yeah, I did. So am I going crazy or do I remember the structure from an old BlanketCon? It just seems familiar somehow. How do I get back? Okay, my frame rate has hit 2. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna restart my client just because the frame rate has gotten really bad. And I'll head back to the stage as well. I should dedicate smart memory too while I'm here. Yeah, I'm still using 6 gigabytes. I have more than enough here. A little more than that. allocating more memory, I think, made it go feel a little smoother. I know shit, but like, I'm kind of surprised. I always just allocate 60 gigabytes to Minecraft for that's just my default. This is not bad though. Not getting bad. I'll probably make it 1,000. I mean, the other 10 gigabytes. It's late, I'm tired. I don't even have my own shard. See, it's technically not. It's technically not off the wall because there's a hint. If you look over here. This is kind of a stupid shard. Pretty soon. Yeah, that's pretty soon. Apparently, I should leave this game my session.
sorry. Oh, what? Huh? The bus is gone. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Yeah, I need another bus. But I wish we had the yellow bus. That was like the banana bus.
Does someone know how to make the
Everyone to automobility D. What the fuck?
Why automobility?
Because that's where we get the wheels and the engine.
Just a minute, I'm laggy.
Everyone, hashtag warm okay.
Yippee! Yippee. Yippee will never die. It's the meme that won't die whether you want it to or not.
Why is everyone...
Running sorting?
Oh, it's one.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna use the coast break on it and you can try stop me. JV, I now know what it is. You know it's in my hand. I'm destroying it. Have fun.
Testing, testing. Is this working? Good, we're good.
Teal, if I may ask, how many of these are around the map? The coasters.
Hey, Sisby, chat, I have a question. Chat, rather. No, we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yep, we can hear you. Can I get an answer to that question I posted in chat?
Where is that?
I will repost in Discord.
Yep, go ahead. 1 second. I'm just gonna grab refill my water, and then I'll be back. Hama, could you grab me in-game water as well? All right. And how are we for the tablet? Do I need to... Hold on, let me go grab that. You got it? Ah. Thank you. Thank you. Tell me the sparkling water doesn't do anything. I haven't checked yet.
As far as I'm aware, it's just water.
Alright, cool. Let's get... yeah, that's right. Hold on.
I put in Discord.
Either or is fine.
You don't matter? I don't
Nope.
mind, rather.
Yep.
You don't mind.
Yeah, I don't matter. Alright. No, that's all good. Let's
You
yeah,
don't
let's
matter.
get this
Mod,
link.
Lily ModFest 20. Anyway,
Hama, I'm
is
not
this
getting the
camera angle good
slides loading
on the
on
strip?
this tablet on my end. Are they working for you?
I can adjust as needed, but
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna go check the original tablet and check.
my question is that camera angle good? I will post the stream link in chat.
Okay, I've got a new tablet and it's working. Alright, that should be good. Cool, are we good for recording, Lily? All good? Yep, that's the link.
Yep, we're all good. I
Alright,
just got a
I'm
camera angle question. Is
Yep.
that camera angle good?
Let me just open it and check.
You want me to focus more on the slides or on you?
More on the slides is fine. You can swap
Yeah.
between though, it's up to you. I'll let you do that.
I'll switch between. I'll focus more on the slides. I'll focus more on the slides with text heavy stuff. Alright, we
Yep.
should be good.
Alright, I'll turn on the big mic.
Sisby's mic is a bit low.
Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Am I now good?
We are go.
Yeah, now we're
we are
clear.
go for stream.
Alright,
Repeat,
cool.
We are go for stream.
Alright, so welcome everybody to how to run a ModFest, or how not to run a ModFest. I'm here with Hama, who will not be in voice chat, but is with me in spirit and is a backup dancer and helping in writing the notes and the slides. So, you know, we're going to have a good time. So, for those not in the know, ModFest is our mod development jam. Yeah, some people don't go to these. That we run several times a year. So like BlanketCon, after the mod development jam runs, we also, you know, build mod demos on a big server, kind of like this one. Please come to ModFest. They're great. So this presentation also kind of briefly covers BlanketCon 25 and I guess a bit of BlanketCon 23. So it's you know, it's not really how to not run a ModFest. It's kind of how to not run a ModFest or BlanketCon, but whatever. So what this is actually about is kind of all the kinds of things that you can mess up and that we have messed up running ModFest since, I guess, around BlanketCon 23, so since last BlanketCon. and all of the ways that we try to avoid that and keep ModFest events kind of alive in the future and not dead and in the dust. Cool. Awesome. Let's get into it. So, this is a rough timeline of the ModFest events that Hama and I have been involved with. So, if you're like me, some of these numbers should scare you a lot. This is a lot of booths. Running events and coordinating that many people and a lot of Minecraft mods is very scary, and it is very difficult. It's difficult to make sure that these events run, especially in a reasonable amount of time. But the thing to understand about ModFest as a structure, as an organization, I guess, is that it's really just completely a collective of volunteers. There's like 30 almost official team members plus community volunteers who help build the mod packs and map. And like most importantly, there's like the participants, especially participants who like go out of their way to help others in building and help the event as a whole. And that's just the way that it is at ModFest. Looking at the timeline, so we participated in ModFest Singularity that's 3 years ago now. That's actually a long time. So we participated. We stepped up to help out a bit, and then we got recruited for the team afterwards. So Hama's kind of similar. They participated in Sky and Sea last year and stepped up to make the event cooler and more organized. Thank you. And was subsequently, recruited as well. So the thing to understand at the core of this whole presentation is that everyone on the ModFest team steps in because they think, hey, I think I can make this better. I can see how difficult it is to get these events done, but I think that I can help. And hopefully, that's what we've done. We've made things better. So here's the Spark Notes of all of the stuff that we've thought through in that time. Yeah, I think if you thought these slides were going to be like super professional, you're wrong. That's not at all true. It's just that first slide. Yeah, so you laugh at that if you want. Cool. Let me recover a little bit. Cool, awesome. So number one, Spark Notes. Number one, process. So when something goes wrong at an event, it is rarely an individual that is at fault, as much as people like to think that it is. At least, or, it doesn't have to be that an individual is at fault.
Can you reconnect to the mic for any new stragglers?
Yep. Is that better? Yep. All right. What? Missing? Too fast?
The middle one is broken, I think.
Okay. How's that one?
Yep, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Should I restart the slide? Yeah, close enough. Anyway, so number one, process. So when something goes wrong as an event, it's rarely rarely an individual person is actually at fault. At least they don't have to be considered at fault, because there is almost always some process, some system that you can introduce that will prevent, similar issues from happening again. So after every event, we reflect on what worked well, what went badly, and whether there was, tension or friction in any specific part of the event. And we make sure that, when we're working on fixing those frictions, we're not just saying, oh, well, let's avoid that in future, or let's do that differently because that didn't work. We're either developing systems that implicitly fix the problem, or we're developing written process as part of our, internal or external documentation. So stuff that sticks. We don't want it to just, come up and then be forgotten and then come up and be forgotten again. So, stuff that systems and processes that take the onus away from individual team members and individual participants. Because as we all know, sometimes people get hit by a bus. So members need to get hit by a bus to completely derail a project. So in this case, that's a ModFest event. Oh my god, thank you, hama. So for most of its lifespan, ModFest was pretty much a one robot show. Hey, rude. I feel the need to mention that ModFest was pretty much a one robot show because the naive response to that is, well, you know, now there's 30 people on the team, so that must fix everything. And it does not fix everything. What they never tell you about bus factor is that the more people you have on your team, the more likely it is that someone, anybody, is going to get hit by a bus. We stopped having one showrunner who could do everything, and then suddenly chaos happened. Because it was just so much more likely for someone at random who was responsible for something and was the only person who knew about something to just suddenly be unavailable, and then everything got screwed up. So, you know, thank you, hama. So, okay, iterative process. Learning, how do we deal with something like that? What do? We make sure that the team is flat, number one. So everybody on the team has the ability, or at least the permission to do everything. We make sure that everybody has the keys. We write our processes down as well, or, you know, what we do, so that people can pick up where others leave off, right? Nothing is just in somebody's head. And we make sure that if we do something that's, you know, not part of the process, we record where we did it or how we did it. You know, every time a big announcement goes out, we draft it in an internal chat, somewhere that the whole team can see it, so that nobody is lost on how this kind of internal machine works. You know, if I stop organizing this tomorrow, most of the stuff that I've been doing is at least written down somewhere. It's in a chat log. There's a paper trail. There's something. So we are a no-obligation team, basically. Individual team members are not required to perform specific duties, which means, you know, we allow or even encourage team members to go get hit by a bus when they need to for their personal health. And that's how we make it happen. That sounds very bad. Next slide. Cool. So, you might have seen on the timeline slide that we had a set of days listed for every event. This is what I like to call lead time, and it's the time between when all of the mods are submitted and when the showcase actually opens. So that encompasses all of testing, all of building. In previous events, that encompassed map generation and building. You know, all of that happens within this lead time. Now, obviously, if the lead time is too short, bus factor starts to affect participants. So people are too busy, they can't bug fix their mods, they can't finish their booths, they get stressed out, they wanted to make something better than what they were able to make, and, you know, they feel terrible. Cool, so there's that. But what some people don't expect is consistently we find that if lead time is too long, if it takes ages between people first hearing about an event and when the exciting bit actually happens, everyone involved gets bored and they get tired and they get sick of getting pinged and having to do stuff, and they join in the server and nobody is online because nobody is, you know, there and engaged and interested. So, okay, cool. Learning, process, what do? We try and find a sweet spot where the events are long enough to actually get stuff done, but short enough that people stay interested and don't get bored of an event before it opens, because that always ends up being really sad. And then we pull out our secret weapon, which is availability. So it's not just the amount of time that people have, it's also whether participants are able to actually work on their stuff. Like, you know, how clear what they need to do actually is, and whether they have access to help, you know, if they're struggling to get something done. So, you know, what do? We prepare more things in advance, right? We prepare the map in advance. We prepare, you know, additional mods in advance. We make the process more transparent. There's more documentation. There's guides. We keep dates transparent. We give people an idea of how old ModFest run. And as a result, people feel like, what a break. Thank you. as a result of all of these things, being prepared and more transparent, and there being more access to help, people feel like they have more time because they have support and they're not just waiting around to be able to do something. So, often improving processes is about balance, and it's about considering things from many perspectives. Right. Cool. Server stuck, slide stuck. Come on, slide, you can do it. Next slide. Go. Go. Yeah, I would not worry about it, except I can't change the slide, and I kind of want to change the slide. Dun, dun, dun. At night, when the lake is a mirror, and the moon rides the waves to the shore, a single voice sets his heart singing, something like that.
Sisby, the
Are we
sound's
good?
back.
We're back? All right, excellent. Cool. Oh, and we're on the right slide. How about that? Okay, cool. So, we just got through availability and lead time, which hopefully everybody could hear. Jump up and down if everyone could hear that. Yeah, all right, awesome. So now we get to talk about collective good. So another secret weapon that we have that's actually really easy to forget about is participants. One of the biggest threats to ModFest is that too many people are going to participate and it's going to be impossible to organize. More submissions means more bugs, more booths, more, a less stable mod pack, a larger map. Everything compounds in difficulty as you add more people. So, learning, process, what do? We make sure that the participants can do the work that the team members would normally have to do. We do things like add a visible source requirement to all mods that, go into the fest, so that means other participants can help with bug fixes because they can see the code. We make our mod pack and, all of our mod repos and all of our platform repos open source and clean and readable so that participants can go and look at those and fix things that they're annoyed about as well, because they want to. We're utilizing the collective good that is generated by the event of these people who want the event that they're in to be awesome, right? And they want to make sure that it gets done. A huge thing at ModFests and BlanketCons is making sure that people do not get lost. When people aren't sure where to put their booths, what they do is they kind of wait around, for a good spot to kind of just show up, right? The perceived availability, as a result, goes down, and people feel like the timelines are suddenly too short, right? And similarly, right, when when tourists are dropped on a sprawling map with booths in every direction, they get overwhelmed and they get confused. They don't know how they're supposed to...
Second, we're frame dropping. Official stream is frame dropping. Are you able to pause the talk for a second while I restart the stream?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're at 0 kbps. I'm gonna try restarting OBS.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, OBS isn't even stopping the streaming. I think OBS froze.
Kill it and restart, I guess.
Yeah, hold on.
I hope everyone is enjoying the slides so far. They're very high effort.
Okay, hold on. Start streaming.
Thank you.
Lower the bitrate to 5600. Yep, we can hit that. That should be good enough, right?
I believe in us.
Okay, we should be good. I've set
All
it to CBR 5600, but I can change it to VBR if you want.
Whatever's working is fine. All right, we're good?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I guess back to the top of this slide. Cool. Claims, paths, maps. Where do I go? Where do you do? Don't get lost. So what we find is that, when people aren't sure about where to put their booths, they just kind of wait around, right? They wait around for a good spot to show up that they can put their stuff that they feel is going to, get them a decent amount of attention. And as a result of this, it feels like there is less time in the events because there's less time where they're actually able to work on the stuff that they want to work on. And when tourists, similarly kind of get dropped into a sprawling map with 100 different directions to go and 50 forks in the road, and booths in every direction, they get overwhelmed and they get confused because, they don't know how to, play ModFest, right? They don't know how to play BlanketCon. They see, maybe one or two booths and then they leave because it's just all too much. So, okay, process, learning, how do we do it? How do we improve it? So on the left, you can see the sprawling map of ModFest 1.16, all tiny up there. That ran almost 5 years ago now. It's huge, and it's completely open-ended. So, this is great for creativity, but as you add more participants and more booths, everyone starts to get overwhelmed, everyone starts to get confused. BC25, many, many more booths, much more compact. It's clearly more organized, but, it's still a bit of the same. There's winding paths and forks, and, people were still not sure where was going to be the best to claim to get the most attention. So over time, we experimented and we refined, and I think we found balance. So at Singularity, we had, individual chunk-sized lots that participants would claim. And they'd just build their entire booth within that one chunk-sized lot, which was awesome for organization and for tracking, making sure that people know what to do. But it's creatively stifling. There's only so many things you can build in one chunk, and all of the booths were interior within a building, so, there's not that much stuff that you can make. So what we ended up developing is a system that kind of marries creativity with direction. So we lay out a giant path for tourists to follow, and we let participants claim arbitrary space along that path. So we make sure that the paths are set up so that every spot is a good spot, and then people aren't wondering where to go, both as participants wondering where to put their stuff, and as tourists wondering, which fork do I take in this bloody road? Yeah. That's Fallout 3. Hidden by all the images and text on it. Yeah, so another aspect of, direction is not just where to go, but also what to do. So the thing that you learn is that, again, people really want to participate in ModFest. They want to do stuff, but they're not always sure what that even means, what a booth should be like, and it's much the same with tourists, right? It's again that same, how do I play ModFest? So again, we develop systems, we develop processes, scattered shards, collectibles that track progress through the map. They become, they've become the key to both how players can track how much they've played the event, how much they've completed, but they also give booth builders a clear indicator of, what the core booth gameplay looks like as we kind of, develop the process around that. And what we find is that tourists, like I said in the previous slide, are always getting overwhelmed by the amount of mechanics that they have to learn and the amount of booths that they spawn in around. So what we do is we've moved the spawn away from all of the booths. We give them, time to breathe, time to get accustomed to their surroundings, and we give them a stepped tutorial on the event's basic mechanics. And of course, what we've also done is we've developed guidelines on how to build booths and, develop the map to help participants avoid pitfalls that, hurt their booths and the tourist experience at the same time. So if people feel like they know what they're doing, they know where they're going, there's direction, and we avoid 5 billion year booths and nightmare death clown mazes. Excellent. Okay, next, here's a quick one. So something really tricky as the number of submissions increase is figuring out how done everything is and who to get onto to remind to complete the unfinished stuff. So, we had more and more participants, and suddenly we could not keep track of what was done or not. In this, process saved the day again. At Singularity, we had like 80 submissions, completely unheard of, absolutely ridiculous. And so what Quat did was Quat built an in-game tracker that physically mapped out the individual, again, as mentioned, individually claimed chunks, which were easier to track this way, and showing how done they are, so that, we could figure out who to talk to, who to remind, who to help out. And at 1.20, hama built a spreadsheet tracker to do the same thing, that tracked both completion but also location of booths, so that it was easier to physically go and see them even though they weren't in these, perfectly laid out lots. Since then, we've refined the tracker to include a whole bunch more data, and a bunch of copyable commands as well for setting up map markers and warps, and also even Discord IDs in a column so that you can very quickly ping somebody who has done something deathly wrong or deathly right. Who knows? Again, people want to do things, but people just get overwhelmed if you're just pinging at everyone constantly. So, being able to give these targeted reminders to check on stuff and check on things that meet guidelines, it really helps. And to know how things are going in general so that you can know whether to adjust the timeline really helps as well. And then beyond that, I think there's a bunch of kind of little extra things to talk about. Servers go down all the time. They crash. Sometimes they catch fire. Sometimes the fire catches on fire. The world is full of surprises. So what do? We expect any work to be done. We expect any work that we've done to be lost unless there is a backup strategy in place, unless there is a plan B in place. We make sure that all of our systems are as airtight as we can make them, and that our plan B has a plan B. And we found that, Hold on. I'm mentally trying to split this up. The second thing is that we found that running an event on a brand new Minecraft version is very exciting, but it also puts us behind immediately. In particular, when we ran Carnival, a lot of our mods were not ported when we announced the event, and that kind of delayed the build phase and lowered that availability. Take your time, screw Mojang, let them do whatever they want, and we'll get there eventually. We'll get there next time. And the third thing, we also realized that a lot of our stress could be reduced just by doing things earlier. So we left shift them in project management terms. We make sure that all of our in-house mods and the map are just done before we announce the event, because inevitably there's going to be stuff that crops up that we realize, we didn't do that. So let's get all the stuff that we know we need to do done. And what that does is it frees up the team members to, instead of having to work on that stuff, can just be on the ground, helping things run smoothly, helping bugs get fixed, answering people's questions. And we find that, again, that raises the availability and it makes the whole thing feel more alive and more smooth. And the last thing I want to talk about is automation. We're at BlanketCon 25. Did you know that we had 238 booths? The only way that we have been able to manage this level of booths is by investing time in our systems. So the awesome platform rewrite by Teb, which includes all of the new bot commands that people have been tapping away at, improvements to the website as well, and lots of individual scripts interfacing with new platform, just so much stuff. Scripts that generate mass pings and then private threads that use those mass pings to remind specific people about specific requirements. It's the only way that we've gotten anything done, because, anytime a team member has to manually go through 238 entries, you just want to go to sleep. Yeah, okay, and then there's the slide, of course. Fetch Me My Robot is about automation and scripting, but Hama is very funny and has put Jasmine in the corner there. Thank you, Jasmine, for making sure that the server runs half the time. Cool. So, after all that, here's the timeline of everything that ModFest has refined that I can think of in the last 3 years. So we make sure that participants have everything they need to work, and we make sure that they're empowered to help us and to help other participants. We make sure that tourists are presented with a clear and clearly explained experience, starting from the social media posts, actually using the word Minecraft and mods in there. That was a problem. All the way down to, booth guidelines, making sure that every booth feels good to play. We use organization tools like tracking spreadsheets, the ModFest platform, and a handful of Python scripts to avoid manual tasks and reduce the actual risk of leaving some participants behind by just, user error. And the other thing is that, we try and make it fun, right? We want it to be fun, not just for tourists, not just even for participants, but fun for the team to run. It shouldn't be a slog, and we should be working on making it not a slog at all times. This job is iterative, right? It requires constant reflection. We're not done yet, and we never will be. But, I know that personally, I'm really happy with what we've managed to build since last time. And hama is too, by the way. I asked, right before this. So, that's the presentation, and we can go straight into questions from here. So feel free to send in questions. Ask about funny stories, get extra opinions, questions about ModFest history, I guess. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, hold on, I gotta disable the... I don't want to hear myself. Okay, so I know that Mod Garden is very new, and what should I really take away from this whenever working on Mod Garden? Because a lot of this stuff is not really learned yet there. And I don't want to repeat some of these mistakes. I don't think anyone there wants to repeat, the mistakes of, for example, making it really hard for people to understand how to play a mod garden, for example, or a ModFest.
Yeah, so I think, one of the good takeaways here is that we have tried our best to make the way that all of the stuff we've done and how it works transparent. All of the previous ModFests, you can still download them, you can still visit them, you can, as a team, go, set up a server, actually tour the previous events and decide what you like and don't like about them. Take inferences from that. One of the things that we did before BlanketCon 25 is we realized a bunch of people on the team have never been to a BlanketCon before or didn't run the previous one. So what we did is we set up a server and we put up BlanketCon 2023 and we just walked around and talked about, what happened there, what worked and what didn't, and, the parts of the map that we liked and the parts of the map that we didn't like. So, actually go and firsthand inspect the way that things have previously run, use the writing that's on the wall already to shape your opinions, to kind of supplement the fact that you don't have previous events to look at. You can look at other people's previous events. I think that's the biggest thing that I would take away.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of ask about that. We don't have these kind of participant guidelines just yet, and I was interested in how should we take inspiration from ModFest's specific participant guidelines, or
I mean, that's really up to you in the end, and it depends on what the goals that you have and the differences that you want to make. Specifically, none of the stuff that we publish, none of our, mods, none of our guides are licensed in a way where you can't just nick them and run your own ModFest. It's fine, right?
Right. I was just worried about copying too much,
Oh, no, I think, if you've got an idea and you think it's going to work, you'll find out if it works when people show up, right? And that's just the way that it goes. There's no real reason that ModFest has to be ModFest. People like ModFest when it runs well, and they dislike it when it runs badly. And maybe if we run too many bad ModFests, people will go somewhere else. And I think that's a good thing, and that we shouldn't be trying to stifle that specifically. All right.
I just have a note here.
Oh. Yeah.
Who got an ender pearl and how? I noticed one of those in the question queue. You shouldn't have those. What booth is giving those out?
I'm sure we can sort that out in chat. That's all right. I'll pull stuff out. Hama, have you got questions on you, or do I need to go through the queue? Have you just gotten rid of the bad ones? Oh, okay. Let me find a real question. Cool, here's a question. What makes a good ModFest theme? In my opinion, BlanketCon 2023 had a hypothetically cool theme, but it forced people into two design types. Was flexibility a concern in this one? So Volcano Island. What makes a good ModFest theme? Okay, so I think the process for designing a ModFest theme and for designing a BlanketCon theme are completely different. So when we're thinking about BlanketCon, we are thinking about basically the theme and the world at the exact same time. So we're thinking about what kind of builds can people make in the world? Are they going to look cool? Are they going to feel integrated with the world? And are people going to feel like they have enough flexibility to build something different? We generated a lot of theme ideas for BlanketCon 2025, and a lot of them were really, really good. But we ended up going with Volcano Island National Park because we found that, it had a hook, it had a clear idea of a location that people could engage with, but it felt like you could kind of build anything on it, right? You can still build a tall building, you can still build a cave, you can still build a forest, you can still build a little lake, right? There is a bunch of stuff that you can still build. Whereas, if you get too abstract with your world theming, you start to find that, okay, some booths are not going to make sense, and you're going to have to tell somebody that they can't build a wooden shack. And, as much as that works sometimes, that can make incredible, very engaging worlds that tourists love to look at and participants love to have been a part of, but depending on the event, depending on what mods can show up, it might just kind of fall flat. Not everybody has the build skills to build in one specific style. And so one of the biggest things we think about when working on BlanketCon is a bunch of people are going to be here with a bunch of different, levels of skill in building. We need to make sure that a lot of different types of builds are going to work within the theme. Because the other thing we think about within the theme is whether it grabs people, whether it feels like it's something that they can engage with, right? Whether when tourists are in the world, they feel like they're navigating like a real place, right? That's one of the things that we try to nail down, is not just coming up with a generic idea for a place, but going, okay, this place is a real setting. It has a real sense of placeness. There are people who live here. There are people who, work here, and the booths are something in the world diegetically, and the stage is something in the world diegetically. There's just all this stuff that you can think about, but then you also have to think about, whether participants can actually work on it. And then ModFest, by comparison, is completely different, because when you're thinking about the themes for ModFest, you are also thinking about, what is the world going to look like, and whether it's going to be cool and whether it's going to be easy to build in. But much more importantly, the mods are themed. And you really need to pick something that gives people enough inspiration so that if they have no ideas, they feel like, oh, I'll do this, right? If something is too general, if your theme is, we've had themes like sci-fi before, if something feels too wide, people who are less good at making mods, or people who have made less mods, probably aren't going to get an idea for one of their first mods. And if you make things too specific, people who have been making mods forever are gonna feel like, well, there's only a couple of mods that I can really make that feel related. So you kind of want to come up with an idea that you can interpret in 50 different ways to make, 200 different mods, but that people see and feel immediately inspired by, to go, let's make this one specific thing, especially if they've never made anything before. Sorry, theming is just this incredibly long topic that we have talked about for so long in the team. So yes, this is one of the very big questions. Apologies for that. There we go. What is the funniest mistake or error that has ever happened? Hama probably has an opinion on this one. I probably have an opinion on this one. I think... Oh, thanks, Hama. What is the funniest mistake or error that's ever happened? Personally, I like TP at E. the time during ModFest 1.20 that somebody accidentally teleported every entity on the map in every booth into one spot by mistake. So instead of typing, like TP one specific entity or TP one specific player to where you are, they teleported every single entity. And it's not easy to undo that operation. It became memeified very quickly. And again, we just came out of it and go, okay, look, the command is there. It's inevitable that somebody is going to mess this up. Let's actually go and develop a system for it. And then, in FireBlanket now, there's a thing that prevents you from just typing TP add E at S or something. You have to add like an extra little confirmation tag for it to work. So yeah, I think that's the funniest for me. Hama, do you have a disagreement over there being a funnier thing? Shards? Shard library delete? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, there was a command, shard library all. There's a command for removing shards, but the only setting was to remove all shards. That also happened. So very similar, commands that, should not be easy to access or should not exist at all. We got a feedback that says, I have loved contributing to Glowcase. Thank you for contributing to Glowcase. I like it when people contribute to the ModFest mods because everybody is using them all the time, and so, it helps everyone. Yeah, TPE, yeah, explained. What do we got? Glowcase is really shaping up. Thank you, Quad. Is the server stuck? The server is stuck. I'm waiting.
Ba ba ba.
Alright. How did you start the ModFest? We didn't. So we covered this a bit when we talked about history of ModFest last year. 5 years of ModFest, the 5-year anniversary of ModFest last year. But ModFest was started as a thing on the Fabric Discord server by the Fabric admins, and the idea was just make a mod in, today or whatever. And yeah, it got a single submission, which is still recorded. It's been ported to the modern website. You can go and look at it. ModFest 1.14 had Adorn as the only submission. So that's the de facto 1.14 theme award goes to Adorn now that we have those. But ModFest as a format, as the develop, build, showcase format, that was really started by Lemma from 1.15 onwards. So it was, we're just coming up to the anniversary of that now, I think. So it's just now been 5 years since that specific event. So, it originally started on Fabric as let's get people to make more Fabric mods, let's make it a thing. And then, it moved off and it got spiced up. Lemma worked on it and organized it for ages. And then, it's just kind of slowly changed hands, this, that, and the other, and now the team is weirdly flat. And that allowed me to basically do fuck all during this event. Sorry, everybody, I got busy. But no, there's not really a single showrunner at the head of ModFest at the moment. Stuff just happens, which I guess is testament to the process, which is cool. Have you ever had anyone submit malware or spyware to the fest? Not quite that bad. There's been a couple of instances of people submitting mods that are, deliberately broken or that set themselves to operator. But this stuff gets caught eventually. And yeah, as far as we know, nobody has submitted malware to the fest. That's also one of the reasons that we have the visible source requirement now. We're trying to make sure that people can look at what is going on and get stuff done from there. That's something that I guess we'll continue to refine as we continue to consider this a risk, and try and teach people how to distribute mods in responsible ways that makes it more clear how their source has been built and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll see. What was the Nightmare Death Clown maze? This is a genuine question. Cool. So, Scattered Shards was introduced at BlanketCon 2023 as cool collectibles that every booth could have. Great. Awesome. Over the fest since then, we've kind of realized what a collectible should and shouldn't be. Oopsie whoopsie. Over time, we've kind of realized what a collectible should and shouldn't be. At BC23, the setup for most shards is like you get one shard when you walk in, you get one shard for doing something interesting, and the last shard is on the roof. So the persistent joke that we have is shard on the roof as a form of gameplay. And also Nightmare Death Clown Maze, which at Carnival, basically one of the booths had a maze that just teleported you back to the start if you went in one of the wrong directions. It had one random pressure plate that successfully gave you the reward shard. So, part of the guidelines that we have now is booths booths should not have, a big wing of just vanilla gameplay, right? Like, we want the booths to actually show off the mods. And similarly, we say don't just put a shard on the roof. If you have a long booth where people have to read a lot of stuff and you want to feel like people have a reward for that, put a shard at the start, put a shard at the end. It's fine. And then, if you have actual content that you can have people like engage with in order to get the shard, that's even better. All right, and how do you keep track of... Hold on, I need to open this one. How do you keep track of all of the information and resources that you need to create a ModFest? We have a Bible, just a really long markdown document. It's called the method, the ModFest method, and it is just a very long document that details every single kind of phase and part of the process of running a ModFest, and we're kind of in the process of creating the other document, which we've called the BT method after Better Than Minecon, for running BlanketCons. So, we have those two Bibles, and then we have several other, disparate pieces of internal documentation, like pinned messages and this and that and the other. But, we're increasingly starting to use... Thank you. We're increasingly starting to use externally visible, transparent documentation to track how things should work. The participant guide is not just a guide for participants, it's also a guide for team members on how to help participants and how we should expect things to run. So I think as we continue, as processes are more transparent so that people know what to expect, we should be able to make it even more difficult to lose how to do these things because more people can just see them. With the flat team structure, are there any barriers in place to prevent someone over volunteering and becoming a de facto professional that can't be hit by a bus without fire starting? We have one. Jasmine is one of those. Are there barriers in place? We mostly just do our best. I mean, we actively do reach out, and when we identify that there is only a couple of people capable of doing something, it starts to become pretty apparent pretty quickly, because everybody gets a little busy every now and again, and we go, oh, crumbs, okay, we kind of need somebody else to be able to do this and that, and, we reach out to people in the team and in the community to see who is actually capable of those things and make sure that people have the opportunity to do them. I guess one of the preventative measures we have is trying to make sure that we actually try people out and make sure that people try to do stuff, even though there's usually one person who always does it. That's, a decent way around it. And beyond that, after every event, we kind of go around the team and go, hey, is there anybody who really stood out to you that we would like to reach out to, volunteer for the next map and mod pack prep, or anyone who stood out to you that we'd like to reach out to try and interview for a team position. So, things keep rolling, team members come in, team members get pruned out when they lose interest, and hopefully nobody ends up in an extremely critical position, because like right now, yes, to run BlanketCon, it would be almost impossible to have this many people on a server without specifically Jasmine making optimizations and ridiculously quick crash fixes on the ground. But over time, hopefully more people pick up that skill set and more people become interested in the events and being able to offer that specific kind of help. So yeah, I guess it's it comes back to all of the other stuff that I talked about in the presentation, where make helping accessible, reach out to people, make processes transparent, so it never feels like the sausage is made somewhere else and you can never actually contribute. What is the most important thing that all ModFests and BlanketCon should do when testing and building in general? Keep track of what is going on. Find out when things are behind or people are several phases behind in the process, because it's overwhelming when you realize you haven't done the 3 things before the thing that you've been being asked to do. Yeah, do things as early as possible. That's also a very good one. Have you ever had to remove a submission? Yeah, totally. We have part of the participant guidelines now is we have what we call a showcaseability requirements clause. So if there's anything in a mod that the team thinks needs to be changed in order to make it showcaseable, there's something that's too laggy that we need to be forked out and removed. There's there's too much content for some specific thing. Something is like scary, right? Like bugs, and we need people to patch it to make it a pleasant tourist experience, or to not have mod pack stability issues. We'll ask people to do that. If people can't do that, we do just have to exclude stuff from the pack. And we kind of say, you can still make a booth, right? You can still advertise the cool mod you made, but we can't put it in the pack because we don't consider it to be showcaseable. Yeah. Why wasn't there a BlanketCon in 2024? BlanketCon in 2023 took a long time and a lot of effort, and I guess a lot of things were not done before the announcement that I feel like we did in 25. The real question as a result of this is, will there be a BlanketCon in 2026? I can't answer that because the team hasn't discussed it. Personally, I would like to, because I think it would lower the overall amount of submissions that we have, and it's fun to not have to wait 2 entire years. I think a lot of people don't know what BlanketCon is this year, incidentally. But yeah, it's something that, inevitably we will talk about. But no, overall, the reason that there wasn't a BlanketCon 2024 is that a lot of people who worked on BlanketCon 2023 were completely overwhelmed by the amount of effort they had to put in it, and just not knowing what to do a lot of the time. There were, very low bus factors on a lot of roles, and generally people just were like, this was a lot. But yeah, I think considering the fact that I'm standing here and none of the team members have walked out, I think we're kind of doing all right at BlanketCon 2025 by comparison. But yeah, we shall see. It's not over yet. I'm looking forward to contribute to the next event. Yay! How did you end up starting ModFest in the first place? Already answered this one. I didn't. The Fabric admins did, and then Lemma took it and made it into its actual format that it has. Working with Prospector originally, and a couple of other people. This is probably more a generic question, but how do you avoid burnout when making submissions or buildings? How do you motivate yourself? As a participant, this is interesting. I think I'm compelled by the end product. I think that ModFests and BlanketCons are really cool, and they look really cool, and I do not get to do anything that is like them. And so, I'm motivated to do things specifically because that, even if that means sometimes I will do everything last minute. I was writing the notes for this slide 5 minutes before I went on stage. And I finished the slides last night or the night before, and I finished the slides for my other keynote the night before that. So, sometimes you only realize that something is going to be really cool really soon before it happens, and then you just rush to do everything all at once. And that's okay, I guess. How do you avoid burnout, I guess, is more about avoiding scope creep. Try and pace yourself. Try and, be in places and on servers when other people are around to help you. Don't be afraid to get other people to help you. I don't know. There's lots of options. Bum bum bum. Okay, similar question to the previous one about avoiding volunteers and team members from becoming the de facto head of a specific responsibility. Again, what we are trying to do is to not encourage one person to do everything just because they can, and also to continue to pull from the kind of pool of people who seem to be good at stuff and ask them if they're interested in being able to do things. Part of the point of the no obligation team is that people just step up and down all the time, right? Like nobody is specifically bugged for one thing wherever we can help it, and especially not when an event is running. Especially not when an event is not running, sorry. Like when we're in the time between events, we have all the time in the world to, ping the entire team for a collection of 5 things to potentially look at, and then, delegate tasks from there. We do our best. Is it bad that I feel a little burnt out now that it's here? This is a problem that we are actively trying to combat. As mentioned, a lot of the thing that happens sometimes is that you put in a lot of work into a ModFest or a BlanketCon, and then the showcase opens, and you're kind of like, well, I'm done now. And maybe like a week or 2 weeks later, you're like, oh, the voting's closing soon. I guess I'll go and see everything. And you go and see everything, and it's like, wow, all of this stuff is awesome. I just didn't feel like seeing it at the time. How important was Phonos to BlanketCon 23 and 25? I'm using it right now. It's how the stage audio is working. I'm glad that there are less performance issues associated with Phonos wires. That's good. Considering Modrinth was a sponsor, was the team paid for their hard work? No, we are a community of volunteers. Modrinth is a sponsor in the sense of they're offering the server hardware, and also we've kind of shaken hands with them to be like, yeah, Modrinth is good. Let's put our mod packs on Modrinth and, get people to put their mods on Modrinth most of the time, and have a cool booth. But yeah, I don't know. Modrinth is a good website. Go to Modrinth. But no, yeah, all of the work is volunteer. One exception, by the way, the awesome BlanketCon 2025 soundtrack with over an hour of original music that you've been hearing everywhere. Please go to Spotify and Bandcamp and Apple Music and listen to this stuff. You can buy the album on Bandcamp. We don't take any of that money. It goes entirely to the people who made the music. I'm so impressed that we have music at ModFest events now. Go pay them. M Creator Hater here. Did the team ever run into denying M Creator mods or something similar? We have explicitly gone out of our way to say that M Creator mods are allowed because the bar of entry to ModFests is deliberately low because we want people to be able to learn how to make mods at ModFest, meet other people they can make mods with. If you're an awesome pixel artist, right? You can make a set of really cool looking swords and they can all just be weapons with stats, right? And then you bring it to a ModFest, you meet other people, maybe you meet somebody who really likes your pixel art style and, you know, can do development for the next mod that you like, right? There's no real motivation for us to prevent people from bringing mods that we think aren't super good or whatever, because the whole point of the process that we have is that people's submissions don't get in the way of people's other submissions. You know, we have tourist pods, we have all of these processes that mean that the individual submission count is not so violent on our process, right? It means that, you know, people can get into it, because eventually everybody who is sitting in this room is going to get bored of Minecraft or die. Sorry. Another question about the Death Clown maze. I already answered that. How do you avoid scope creep? I guess on submissions, part of the way you avoid scope creep is not having enough time to creep the scope. One of the hazards that we've run into is if build phase is too long, or if dev phase is too long, people try and make something extremely big, and then suddenly they, you know, have something to commit 200 hours to, and that's terrifying. Whereas, you know, if the deadline is imminent as soon as you start, it's a bit harder to make something that's too big. Why no mod pack on CurseForge? I don't know. Modrent is good. Okay, this one's just a joke. I'm gonna move on from that joke. How should playtests be properly organized in terms of discovery issues? Playtests are pretty new. This is something that we do during the build phase, where we get all of the participants to kind of come in on the server and play each other's booths. We're still figuring out the best way to do it. We've done kind of like tour buses around the map. We've kind of been experimenting with like threads where people post feedback. It's really hard to keep them clean. Yeah, I don't know. It's a process that's still being actively refined, I think, so I don't have too much to say there. Is Scope Creeper single? That's a question for Hama. Tell the artist to register for ModFest. Yeah, please. If you are a texture artist or like a music composer or a 3D modeler who uses Blockbench, please register for ModFests, like the mod jams that we make. Even if you can't make a mod on your own and would have no idea how to make a mod on your own, you can just register. And then you talk in the participant chat and you go, I want to make this thing. You know, here's my previous work. I want to make a model for this or whatever. I've made this music. And then try and group together with other people with different skill sets, and suddenly you can make things. It's very fun. I don't know how to read the rest of this note, so I'm going to pass it to Hama, but that's okay. Not interesting question. Are you still staying hydrated? Oh my god. What does the apostrophe in Tips Fabric ModFest mean? That's a reference to Tips Fedora Milady. Thank you, old memes. Somebody's passed me a beer. That's great. And I think that is the end of the... Oh, hold on, there's another one. Oh my god. Will there be an event next year in 26? I have talked about that. We haven't decided. Personally, I would like to have an event in 26. Again, we need to continue to refine the process to make sure that we're comfortable doing that. We need to refine when in the year it goes, and a bunch of other stuff. But I think one of the ways that we can keep the amount of mods in the pack down is to just run these things more often, so people have made less stuff in between one BlanketCon and another. And also I think it would be nice for people to, you know, have been to the previous BlanketCon to remember how it works. And so, you know, they're better equipped to help people who are new to the entire process. And I think with that, I think that's questions closed. My voice is tired. Okay. Thank you for everyone who came out. Yeah, I think we're done here, Hama. You can do whatever it is that you do.
Been for 10 hours. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go to sleep after this. This is crazy.
Let me fix my field of view. Hi. Hello.
I can't head pat you. This is like, it's like at least 12 9/11s.
Quat is immune to head pats. You cannot pat the dirt.
Honestly, I don't. Oh, okay. I guess it does work. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the way the camera moves when I get the head pat thing, so
Yeah, it's a little bit like.
It is pretty intense, yeah.
Is there anything for an accessible lobby? I'm gonna go check right now.
Yep, and we're gone. I guess that's a good send off for the stream. If you're watching, thank you for coming. I'm not really a content creator, I just did this for documentation purposes. But yeah. Okay, one more stream tomorrow. And that's it.